Hello. Hello, Kathleen, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great.
Can you hear me too?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. May I ask you something?
Hello, Martin. Yes, of course. Please go
Hi,
ahead.
Martin.
Hi, Martin. Can you hear us? Kathleen, yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. I just wanted to ask. I hear myself two times. The procedure of this morning. So first, are we connected with all the group members for the Q&A?
So in the Q&A,
Yeah.
in the Q&A, there will be you, Martin, and the other judge, who is George, Dr. George Ma, Dr. George Ma from Chinese University. So it will be only the three of you, plus each group in the time slot. That's it.
Only three of us?
Yes, you're the judges. And me.
Okay,
I mean, I will be here for the technical side, but you will be the
No, I
ones.
thought the others will come as well.
Yeah, that is what I thought. And I thought also the students, so not the students.
No, the students will be here. So there will be one group of students. For example, now we start with group number 2. So George isn't here yet, so maybe we'll just wait a little bit for George to come. And then I will let in the group, and you have your own private room basically to do the Q&A with each group.
With the group?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And then they will have 15 minutes for the Q&A session. And after that, you have 5 minutes to discuss amongst yourselves as judges if you want to.
Okay.
Yeah. So when the time comes for the 15 minutes to end, I will remind everyone to please wrap it up.
Yeah.
And I will ask the students to leave so that you can have some time alone to discuss.
Okay, then it's tough.
Yeah, it's tough. Indeed.
Yeah. No, the point is actually I told Tusha yesterday as well, when I hear the presentation, it all sounds so fantastic, but it's too technical. That I cannot give comment actually.
You know, I have the same thing, Martin. My basic questions are: how did you communicate? What did you agree on? What should be your most important? My questions are basically more. I've seen the presentations and I understand it, but how have they come to there? You know what I mean?
You mean the process, how they discuss,
the process. Yeah, and what are their takeaways? What did they took from it, from the contact? Were there things that called their attention when they, for instance, the students from India were having contact with those in Germany? I don't know, and their responses to that.
Yeah.
But I wanted to ask if I want to take that also into account.
Yeah, I think what is more important is that just to me, all right, instead of talking about those grand mega projects, I think we need to bring them back to understand, okay, what are those problems, difficulties? So now they identify those problems, but what can they do after the project, like you said, instead of like building all the solar panels, I don't know, transportation system, but in your community, how you can start it from the very basic step and so on. I think this is important as well. I don't know if Linda, what do you think? Is it okay like this, in this way?
The questions are entirely up to you, really.
All right.
If you think that's what you want to ask, absolutely no problem. Yes, it's really up to you how you want to evaluate the presentations.
Okay.
And the Q&A.
All right.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, if not, they ask me, oh, what is the difference between nuclear power and
No. Exactly, more those down-to-earth questions.
Yeah, exactly.
So what did it do with you, and now how has it changed your life? So what are you thinking? Yeah. Okay. Now then we understand each other.
Yeah, that is better.
Great.
Yeah.
Actually, in the videos, I was searching one group, I was listening so intently that I forgot to write down my comments. They were talking about they were talking a lot about the governance of the city, and I remember the images very well, but I'm not sure which group it is. And they talked a lot about the political will, and I like that very much.
I
think
think
it
this
is
is important as well, because
Yes.
for what I have seen, they focus too much on technology, but governance and also social issues like gender equality, children, and so on. This is important as well. We have to bring that issue.
There was one group that focused very much on it. I think it was group 6. So I have just sent you.
I didn't jot it down.
Huh?
I didn't write down either. I just listened.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt. George is also here. He was just using a different name, so I didn't know.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello, George.
Hi, George.
Hi. Evelina, is there any way you can change my name?
Because
yes. I just didn't know it was you, so I thought that was a student.
Yes, I will
give you. Okay, and just a quick recap before we start, because we're already 3 minutes behind. So just for George, to let you know that there will be 15 minutes of Q&A session. It will be only you, the 3 judges, plus currently group number 2 from Cycle 1. And you can ask all the questions you want about the presentation. It's entirely up to you what you want to focus on in your questions and how you want to evaluate the presentation. And after that, when the 15 minutes are nearing its end, I will ask the students to please wrap up. And you will have 5 minutes for only the judges if you want to discuss before I let in the other students, the next group.
Right. Okay.
Do you have any questions?
No, I think pretty clear. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Then I will admit the students.
Perhaps it is good that George also knows what Martin and I were discussing before, that all the presentations are very technical, but that we are also interested in what they will do after the project. What has it done to their lives? And a bit breaking down in, so not only the technical stuff. I myself, I'm very much interested in also hearing how they connected. What are their takeaways of it for them as a person? You know, a bit more like those things, to get more image of who they are and what this whole process has done to them.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I will admit the students now. So not everyone from the group members is probably able to join, but those who are here, you can begin with them.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Martha, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you, sorry.
Hi, so you're Martha from group 2, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay, welcome to the meeting with the judges. Do you know if any of your other group members will be joining us today?
So Annika or Ling also wanted to join,
okay.
But she didn't have a link either.
Okay, thank you. So the judges will start to ask their questions now, and you can reply, or any of your group members can reply, whoever wants to, and you have 15 minutes, after which the session will be over, and I will ask you to leave.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
Will you start, Martin?
All right, I like this one. Okay, so welcome to this Q&A session, and then I'm now reading your presentation as well. And then I saw that you mentioned quite a lot about green space, right? So I would like to ask, okay, you have a lot of projects in your mind that how to build up your cities, but we would like to ask, what is the next step? Okay, so now you have this project in mind. So if you really want to take the first step to make a green space. So how would you do it in your, I don't know, community or your region or your city? Anything in your mind so far?
So in Berlin, we have a lot of, so houses are pretty close together, but there's a lot of little yards in the middle. And a lot of them are just stone. And so we would like to replace the stone with grass and maybe add some trees or spaces to play for the kids. And rather than having them just kind of yards that you don't want to spend time in. And this would already help a lot in general, just to have a nicer green.
Yeah, and also we were in contact with one of our teachers, and he actually said he talked to a friend he has which works in the urban planning of Berlin. So if we could get contact to her, we'd also be able to ask for help or simply funding and choices in the way that our city is built up.
Okay, so your next plan is like you can ask help from your teacher and then see how you can work in the community, right?
Yes, but also simply in Germany we have this thing called a Kiez, which is like the small area of your community, and there's people who are responsible for that, and then you can always talk to them and give ideas to improve your little area or your Kiez that you're in. And you can always work together and create like a community project then.
Okay, and also another question is about sustainability. So you mentioned a lot about green issues, and then wait, sorry, I'm reading your presentation, and then city structure, right? So except these areas, what is in your mind important as well for sustainability, except environmental issue? What other issues that you think, okay, we may need it as well for being sustainable as well?
You mean like for a healthy population?
For our sustainable development for the whole, I don't know, your community or even the whole world, because to me, sustainability is not only about environment. There should be other factors as well. So what do you think is important as well for being sustainable?
Well, yeah, we also, so definitely the streets, because the way the streets are set up now, it's all just cars. And I mean, in Berlin, we kind of have pop-up bicycle paths that help a lot, but we just found out they're not legal. So just generally making bicycle paths a lot more present and predominant, and also making paths for pedestrians also a lot more present and predominant, because in Berlin we have that, but I've lived in other cities where there is no real paths you can walk on, and the only way to get anywhere is by car. And so making cars a worse option would definitely also help.
Yeah, and I think in terms of energy and how you run your economy, I think you should also focus on not having simple things that are easily used and then throw in away, like clothes often for many people. And I think people should be able to have more communities where they're allowed to share clothing or where you can simply share things you don't need anymore. So that gets upcycled rather than being thrown away. Yeah.
All right.
Very good. Can I ask a question now, Martin, or do you have other questions?
It's okay.
Yeah. First of all, it was really a pleasure to read your proposal and to follow your presentation. It was nice to see you in your school also, to see a bit of the environment. I'm just interested in hearing what it did to you. How did you experience the communication with people of your own age living in other countries? And how did you connect with them? What did you find difficult in this whole process? What in the process of coming to this presentation, what did you experience as the biggest obstacles?
Well, I think that sometimes it's hard because we come from different mindsets. So in Berlin, I'd say we're a bit hip, and we're very focused on like mental health or green environments and making a nice like surrounding for ourselves. But I found that, for example, the girls from Enschede in the Netherlands had a bit of a different opinion, where they at the first thought that maybe green inside the city isn't as important, but it's more important to have green around the city. But that comes from that their city is a lot smaller than, for example, Berlin, where you need to incorporate parks inside the city. If you only have it on the outskirts, that would take too long for people to get there. And we also had different opinions, especially on GMO, and I think that comes from like different types of research which have been done within Germany as well as the Netherlands. But I think communication still worked well because, I mean, we were all able to speak English, so that made it very easy to simply bring across our ideas.
Yeah, so the
we also
language
have
is
easy time just using WhatsApp and talking to each other through that. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So the language was important, of course, for the communication, but also in explaining the difference of your situation in Berlin in comparison to the people from the Netherlands. Do you feel that you succeeded in understanding what you should say to make them see the difference between your situations? Was it hard? And if it was hard, in what sense? And how did you overcome it? By talking a lot, by WhatsApping a lot, or is there anything else you invented? Just curiosity.
We kind of.
Well,
Yeah, sorry, Annie.
No, you go first.
Yeah, we just talked a lot, and I think there was like 2 or 3 hours at some point where we were arguing about GMOs in our WhatsApp chat. And then at some point, some of the other members were like, okay, people calm down, and just started mediating between us because we had the very strong opinions. And then at some point they were like, okay, people, how about we just find a good compromise? And that's kind of how we figured it out. Also, generally, to get people to see our opinion, we often used examples. So we'd be like, this is this article that we read, this is why we think this. And they'd be like, here's this article, this is why we think this. And so there was also a lot of links going back and forth. So yeah, it was a lot of examples.
Okay, okay.
And
Thank you.
especially when it came to green spaces, like I have a very big map of Berlin in my kitchen. So we just took them to the map and showed them the green areas that we have within Berlin, because on the map you can see Berlin is a big city, and you can see how many green spaces or parks are incorporated into it.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Well, this is actually how the world works, and how you communicate people. And then, well, I don't know, maybe in the future you become a politician, a city planner, and then you have to compromise, or you have to talk to the others. And then everybody share their idea, and then how you get the best out of the process of discussion, but not upsetting people. Well, sometimes you upset people for what you really think is the best. But well, congratulations, you've done it. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it was also really nice because you just had more ideas because people come from different backgrounds.
So I want to ask, is it the reason why you didn't put GMO in your presentation? I mean, in the PowerPoint that you submitted? Because
I shortly did. It should be on the farming page or the city outskirts.
All right.
There's a little
outskirt,
with
GMOs.
Yeah, and we said that we would use GMOs like maybe for animal food, but ideally not really.
Anyway, you still come to a compromise, luckily.
Yeah.
Okay. And I don't know, George, if you have any questions to them still. If not, I want to show them something. I
have a lot of small questions, but I think I will just do those technicals. And I want to ask you to the big question, that is, well, having proposed a lot of solutions or new ideas for a sustainable or future cities, what do you think the biggest challenge will be in achieving those solutions or new ideas?
I think it's really just kind of getting up and doing it, because often I think that it can be very like it puts you down a little when you have an idea and then you go to a person and then they say no to you because they don't like it, or they think it's not good enough or not developed enough, and then you have to go home again and you have to work on it again, and then you have to come back with the same proposal, and it gets like very tiring and you kind of feel a bit hopeless. But I think if you fight through that, and if you like work at it dedicatedly, and you talk to the people in your kiez and your environment, I think you can manage, and that you can actually put it into, what's it called? Like, you can make it happen, put it into action.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. So one more question that is a little bit more technical. Well, in your design, in your city design, you are having kind of blocks of buildings that they were kind of aligned to, much like, well, I would say this is a kind of modern city, much like New York or some places that the city agreed to, the street agreed to. And some people would say this is not a good design because, in terms of city ventilation. Well, obviously it also depends on the prevailing winds or other parameter of the city. But then it also makes the city boring. Well, some people like, well, I like to have buildings that are higher. Sometimes these places are older, and then this place are flatter. And then if you were designing every building exactly the same, people would just get bored. And how do you make a balance between having a happy city and your design?
I think we mentioned it as well, that we'd like to get different people to work on it so that it's kind of the basis structure, but you know, you can always paint houses in different colors or add a different type of balcony here or there. And you can also variate in how high the house is supposed to be, or maybe you have like this housing block in multi rainbow colors, whatever. So simply that people maybe also have a bit of a choice as well. They can talk to architects or people who design houses, that they maybe give input to their ideas or things they'd really like if someone really loves a certain style of balcony or windowsill, maybe they can talk to an architect and that could work out eventually.
Right.
But I don't think you need to keep it all level. You can always variate in height or in the plants that you use to decorate the house. And I mean, there's so many plants, there's so many different types of decorating the exterior of a house. I don't think that would get too boring.
Differently. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, I guess the most important part is just this larger backyard and the ability for people to, you know, be surrounded and then have this backyard and have like a small community as a house, but still have changes. And I guess often districts form within cities and people show their opinions and
right.
What they feel is important through the decoration of their houses as well.
Can you know you are muted?
Thank you very much. And now we need to wrap up the Q&A session.
Maybe the last thing, or Josh, you want to say something as well?
No, I'm fine, thanks.
No, just because why I want to add something is just now I asked quite many questions about, are you focusing only on environment, right? Because when we talk about sustainability, Josh should know much better than me because of his organization. But when we talk about sustainability, we talk about other issues as well, not only about environment. It's like the SDG that UN suggests. So maybe, I'm not sure, because I know a little bit about your curriculum, the project. So maybe it is not involved, But when you have time, you can have a look more about what does it mean about SDG, because we don't only talk about environment, we also talk about health, education, equality, this type of thing as well. I understand, okay, this is the structure of the GRUEN project, but later on, after the project, you can also read more and understand more about except environmental issue. There are much more to build our planet to be more sustainable as well. This is what I want to give you after this project. I don't know if you want to.
What I wanted to say is that we did look at the sustainable development goals within school. And for me, what was also important within the city was the good health and well-being, which would be achieved mainly or be promoted through the use of parks within the city, because parks actually de-stress people and they reduce blood pressure and simply make people more happy, right?
See, yes. Yes.
Yeah, we didn't really address the others very much, the SDGs, but the health and well-being was most definitely something we focused on.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. We really need to wrap this up now. Thank you. And group 2.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, group 2. Thank you.
Could
Bye.
you leave the meeting now? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Martin, that's a very good point.
Yeah. Yeah, very good point.
No, because why I asked that, because actually I kind of helped designing the GRUEN project in the scenes. Catherine knows that, like many years ago.
Yeah.
At that point, I kind of insist on we should talk much more than only about environments. There are much more issues, but I understand the scope of the project, and then this is not during the main curriculum. So, but at the same time, I want to give them more, make a bigger message.
Yeah.
There are much more. There are much more.
Yeah.
You should
have
a look.
Well, having go ahead, Catherine. Yeah.
That they see the interdependence of all these issues. You cannot just take out one. It's all depends on each other. So it's a very good point.
Yeah. Well, having reviewed those projects, there are many groups that mentioned something else other than the environmental side of the sustainable development. I think there were only 1 or 2 groups that actually talk or show pictures of the SDGs, which is group 12. They won't be here today, unfortunately.
But at the same time, I understand during the project, they are not introduced the SDG. They focus more on the European, the EAP. European.
The environmental action plan.
Environmental action plan. So maybe that's why they skip SDG. But I want to show them, okay, actually we have EAP plus SDG as well.
Yeah. I think that we had a very good set of questions, you know. George going into the details and and
that we cannot contribute. Because I'm not scientific or technical at all for my whole life.
Okay, I think now if you are ready, we can start the other session. Okay, so group 3 members are coming.
Group 3, right?
Yes.
Group 3.
Hello.
Hello. Saran, Vishwa, can you hear?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Hello, welcome to the Q&A session for your group. We will start right now, and if any of your other group members join, they will join us while we're on. Our judges will ask you questions within 15 minutes. Okay. And I will remind everyone when the time is almost gone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for the opportunity to ask a few questions. Shall I start? Judges,
Yeah.
are you, yeah, congratulations and thank you for a very interesting presentation and a great work you did as Group 3. What I'm basically interested in is how you managed to work together, being in different parts. And what did you find the most difficult, you might say, in the communication with people who live, people of your own age, but who live in different places? And how did you experience it? What did it do with you? A bit about that.
It was not like so tough because we had social media and stuff. We used WhatsApp mostly. The difficult thing was the timing. Like when we had our work hours, they had their sleep time, so that was a bit hard to manage. Like we weren't able to pull off stuffs in time because we had lots of difference in timings. Like we were from 3 different countries, so like 3 different timing made it hard. And the thing I learned is like different thought process. Like our society is different, our culture is different, so our thought process is different, but like their thought process is like so different that we got inspired from that, like, new things.
Can you give an example
Like
where you really thought, oh, they have a different thought process?
Like they were talking about greener streets and like cleaner streets, but here we have like, here in India, like streets are not much cleaner, but there was like much different. Like we have here like bicycles are normal, like bicycles and bikes are normal, but they were talking that as like different stuff because they are not used to that. They are used to cars and stuff, but here bikes and bicycles are normal. Like then I was like, okay.
Very interesting. Thank you. Yeah. So what is the most important takeaway for you? Vishwa and Saran, is Martin also here? Or I see 2 names, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. What for you personally is the most important takeaway of this whole project?
It's like meeting people and their thought process. Many people. We met you. We met like the judges. We heard your words and your thought process. Like I understood that each person has a different thought process. We can't expect everybody to think the same. Even though it's the same core concept, but still we have like variations in ideas. That's like good.
Okay. Thank you.
Martin, go ahead.
Okay, wow. I like this one a lot. Okay, so I'm just reading your group presentation, and then you mentioned also about the Harris and Women's model of planning, right? Okay, because I only understand this model after reading different proposals during the project. But just my first impression is that okay, this is a good idea to how to separate the industrial area and the residential area. But for me, when I see that, do you think that somehow it will generate some type of inequality or class difference? Because when I see the model, it divides so clearly about high class residential, class residential, and then low class residential as well. So because when I see that, I feel that I don't want to be living next to the factory and the low class residential area. So to you, how would you try to bring balance between the 3 areas to make it?
The class meant in that model is not about the economic wealth of the people. It's about the job that they do. The people who do agriculture are categorized in like low class since they are near that agricultural zone. And the high class people are near CBD, Central Business District, because that's easier for them to access that part. So that's what we meant by class. It's not about their economic wealth or their lifestyle.
So okay, I understand that there is about possibilities, like they live nearby. But if you have the power or authority in the future as a, I don't know, urban planner or even a mayor, anything that in your mind to try to break these type of barriers between different groups? What type of projects that you may think, then I can try to bring them together to work together instead of, okay, these rich people just stay in the area, then poor people just stay in the area. So
like,
anything in your mind?
it's like I would say like common possibility of them being involved in like politics, like not like only rich people can be in politics, like decision making power must be like equal to middle class and lower class, so they can like show their presence in that state. Like low class people can make decisions so that they won't feel alienated from the crowd. They will feel they are still the part of the city. Like, they can make main decisions, they can be the part of the decision. So
so it means that you try to encourage them to get into politics and then try to express their view during the urban planning.
So that they will feel like they are part of that city. Like, they do have some responsibility. They are not separate. Yeah.
Okay. So being in a democratic environment is also important for sustainable development, right? All right.
Yes.
Okay. So George, it's your turn, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you for the presentation. That was wonderful. And we have a website as well. So I'm going to ask you a kind of overarching question.
Okay.
Now, you have proposed a city model, and then in this city model, you have a few goals that you want to achieve or bring that city viable. That includes public transport, the green energy, green spaces, something, all these kind of things. And now, if you were the city planner or the mayor to execute this project, put it into a real estate project or a real city project, what do you think the biggest challenge will be in achieving those goals, or in which area will be most difficult to achieve?
It will be like accommodating the people to these factors. Like nobody's used to these factors these days. This will be like new to the people. Like accommodating them to these would be a challenge, and then like people accepting this idea is a bigger challenge, I guess, because not all people will have the same thought. Like many people might.
We might find it hard to convince people to use public transport, because in some places they consider having cars is a social status, more like it's a prestige issue for them. If we ask like richer people to move in buses along with other people, sometimes they won't accept it. Sometimes they feel like, oh, I can't be with them, they are low class and stuff.
For example, like in India, having a car is like luxury. It's not like a normal thing.
No.
So getting people, like bringing all them to a same thought process is like a bigger challenge.
Also, another issue would be the geographical location of the place, because we mentioned about non-conventional sources of energy, but all non-conventional sources of energy can't be used in a certain location. Like, for example, wind energy needs a certain speed of wind for its proper implementation. So does hydropower energy and etc. So we need to assess the environment, the geographical location, and only then we can suggest ideas for its proper use of energy.
May I just ask a very short question? So convincing the people is extremely important. Do you have any ideas how you would do that?
Explaining them the benefits of these, I guess, would fix this problem, because
so you would organize big meetings with the people and then talk to them. Is that what you would imagine?
Yes, like
we have to get in touch with other people. We have to convince them that this is the right decision for the future.
Like make them understand what our objective is. Like if they know what our objective and they agree to it, it would be like an easy task. Like they know what to do.
They know that this is for their future, because if they live the life of luxury now, then their children and their grandchildren might not be experiencing the same things. So if we convince them that adjusting now for a better future, it can help a lot.
Okay.
And also I have a question, is that I see that you have former group mates from France and Netherlands.
Yes, yeah.
And I would like to know why they are not in this interview. Is it how you you guys decided that, okay, you two are the representatives, or any reasons behind?
Not exactly. I just don't
Not
know why
exactly.
joined it.
Yeah.
So
You were-
why? Yeah, sorry.
No, go ahead.
So you two are selected to be here, or so what is the reason? May I know as well?
No, I guess one guy from France had some personal reasons for not attending. Not sure about the rest.
All right. Okay, because I want to hear also what are their opinions as well on the project. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So anything you want to ask as well? I don't know. Maybe you want to ask us. Not too technical. Sorry. First of all, not too technical.
No. You know more than we.
Yeah,
about
exactly. I
No,
want to
no.
say it.
issues. Yeah. For what we have seen in your presentation,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, but what I want to also encourage you is that you have done a wonderful project, but like Catherine said, okay, try to think about the next step. Now you have made a product, a baby. So how will you grow it to be a bigger one, or something that can have an impact to your community or your region? I think this is more important. Yeah, try to talk with more people about what you have think, what you have thought about. Is you can just a simple chatting with your friends or your teachers. Then maybe you can come up with a great project. You never know.
Yeah.
So this project is definitely one of the platforms we got to encourage our idea, because you people got to know about our ideas as well, right? So maybe further platforms we can spread this idea, and maybe in the future we can see such a project.
Further platforms, you mean that you want to showcase your project, or you want to meet more people? Which one?
Meet more
Both,
people.
Meet more people. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I will tell that
People
to
interested
Dr.
in that.
Chaudhuri, and then he has another job to do, I guess.
Well, you guys are high school students, right?
Yes.
Congratulations, well done. When I was reviewing these projects, I thought, wow, great work. Real city planner, real architect, real expert in sustainable development. And I thought, well, what I was doing in my high school, I was just playing basketball.
Exactly.
For me, it's football.
This sort of international collaboration.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yes. Yeah. May I
lovely
ask?
to our teammates and friends, because we got a lot of people, we met a lot of people, we got a lot of help along the way. We discussed, because in India, in our school, we were a member of 10, team of 10 members. We were split into 2 and into 5 groups, separate groups, but we 10 worked as one. We collaborated, we shared our ideas, we had help from teachers, members from another university as well. So they helped a lot.
Where in India are you based?
South, like Tamil Nadu, like south, bottom part of India.
It's like the coast. It's in the southern part of India. It's a city called Madurai.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, everyone. This was a wonderful Q&A session. So I would like to ask Saran and Vishwa to now leave since the Q&A session.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye. Thanks.
Okay, you have 5 minutes again if you wish to discuss before I let in the other group.
No, just I want to read the report first. I want to read the presentation now. Yeah, sorry.
It makes a difference when you talk with them, eh?
Yeah,
exactly.
It makes such a difference when you see how driven they are. I'm really impressed by these 2 boys. And I liked your question. I didn't dare to ask, where are the others?
It's also possible because of the time difference.
Yeah.
It should not be time difference, right? It should be 9 a.m. in Europe. No, 9:40.
Yeah.
So, because we always talk about teamwork. Yeah.
Yes, we
should be
always
like,
talk about.
It should be like one Asian and one European like this. This is much better.
I think this is the must question we should ask every group.
Yeah, if we see that they are from the same school or city, then we need to ask, what about,
where
because
are
it's
the
about
others?
European Asian project, right?
Yeah, because in our evaluation form, there is a very important element, contribution from all team members.
The last one, eh? Yeah.
That's very difficult to judge when I just look at the PowerPoint.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That is why I wanted to know, how was this process? How did you do it? Yeah, but it's impressive to hear these boys from the southern part of India, how committed they are, right?
Sorry, Evelina, I want to ask one more question before we have the group 5. Is that every group was introduced about that Harris woman's model?
No, I don't think so.
No. It's really, the content was entirely up to the students themselves. So whoever researched that particular model and decided to use it.
Okay.
Yeah, they weren't.
It's only in one group or 2 groups? I remember I see it somewhere as well. It's only in one group. Do you remember? No.
I don't remember. I think maybe you're also thinking cycle 2 groups.
Yeah, I saw in 2 groups. I remember. Okay, that's what I want to ask.
What kind of training were they given before today?
We had the workshop on Moodle, so that's where we had a plan. We had first they learned about the EIP objectives. So they were the objectives of the 7th EIP program. This is basically what the European Union was focusing on up until the year 2020. Now they have a new plan, but this was the latest one 2 years ago. And they studied these objectives. Then they did research on their own cities. They compared and contrasted them. There were group discussions as well on Moodle. And what else? Yes, they also were examining the criteria for green cities, because there are 2 very famous green awards. I think one was the European Green Leaf Award, if I'm not mistaken.
Green Leaf Award, yeah, Green Leaf Award.
Yes, so they were also studying about these awards, and there was a lot of discussion on Moodle, basically. And then the final element of that was the group work, which is the preparation of the green visions, which you are all now judging. Basically, that was the big chunk of it.
All right.
Martin, you did not show them the SDGs.
Oh, I didn't mean it. Do you want me to show it to everyone?
I think it's good. What
then
do
it
you
should
think,
be George, no? His office is doing it, no?
No, if you think it's appropriate, but I really like this sense.
I'm sorry, George. Are you promoting SDG in Hong Kong, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to as well in Korea, but not how to say, not in terms of technical way. What we are doing is about social economy to achieve SDG. Yeah. So it's another way.
So basically, well, my paid job, my primary job is working in a museum about climate change. And then this climate change museum is the secretariat of a kind of UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, an office in Hong Kong.
Yeah.
And within that office, we promote the SDG in Hong Kong, and we also try to mobilize resources from different university or higher institution and encourage them to find solutions for sustainable development.
Yeah. I promote them in the Netherlands from UNESCO.
Wait, guys, we should keep it for the panel discussion. If not, we have nothing to talk about during that 30 minutes.
Move more, yes. Okay. Group 5.
Is ready.
Yeah, group 5.
Group members of group number 5. Are you ready? Group number 5? We let them in?
Yeah, okay. Please.
Yeah. Sure. Thank you.
Hi, is this Marco from group 5?
Yes.
Oh, hi Marco.
Hello.
Hi Marco.
Nice to meet you all.
Hi Marco.
Hi.
Where are you?
No, I think they are coming in as let me rename myself first. I'm sorry.
So you are now in the mountain, right?
Yeah.
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 Oh,
Where are you, Marco?
I'm from Hong Kong.
Mhm.
Yes, and
Right.
yeah. Oh, by the way, it seems that I cannot change my username here.
I think you are not authorized. You should be the
Yep.
host.
Oh, okay.
okay.
I can do it. No problem. Just one question. Carmen Marin, is she in your group? Because she wrote
Yes.
group 11, but she's actually group 5 in our schedule.
Yep.
So Carmen.
Carmen and Annabelle are
Okay.
our group. Yep.
Okay. Yes.
Are they
can we start
connected
now?
already?
Yeah.
Annabelle and Carmen, can you hear us? Hello?
The microphone is not connected.
It to me it says connecting to audio. Maybe just one
Yeah,
moment.
it takes some time. All right.
Yeah.
And yeah, I would like to offer an apology because one of my teammates, Jimmy, today the school asks him to pick up some schoolwork, and so I sent and yeah. He
This
has
is so
tried
Hong
to,
Kong, no?
yeah, he has tried to communicate with the school, but then the school says if he don't appear in the events, then this will directly affect his public exam score. So yeah, it's really a pity for him.
Even on Saturday,
No.
okay.
Yeah,
That is not
that's
acceptable. We
really
understand.
unfortunate. Yeah.
I actually think this is a good time.
Mhm.
Well, I thought, well, if this conference were 2 weeks later, those in Hong Kong would. I don't know how the places
Yeah.
problem as well, because we're starting resuming the school
Yes.
classes in a couple of weeks, and this is the great time that people are still doing home studying, and so we can make time for this.
Yes. So yeah, we're
Yeah.
very sorry about that.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Just to quickly say, first, Annabelle and Carmen, can you hear us? Can you please say something in the microphone? If you are,
Unmute yourself, please.
you can also unmute them. Oh, hello.
Unmute. Hey.
We'll see you, Carmen.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi,
Hello.
Carmen.
Hello.
Hi.
Welcome
Hi,
to this
Annabelle.
interview. So
Yeah.
you guys are from Spain and Hong Kong, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So I'm now reading your presentation as well, your report as well, and then I must say that this is really impressive the way that you have done it.
Thanks a lot.
It's not only a gesture. It's really like for me, it's a honor project or visas for undergraduate because it's really huge and a lot, and you cover many areas. So I want to ask how you distribute your work because it's really a huge work for a high school student.
Okay, so I would answer this question first. We have Carmen and Annabelle designing the city, and yeah, it's really great work done by them. All those city design things because they're good at these stuffs, and so I'm in charge of writing the report, and then Jimmy is in charge of narrating the video, which we have submitted to the GRUEN forum before, and we also have Harshit and Rohit from India. They are in charge of editing the video and also doing some research. So yeah, this is the basic division of labor.
So you alone have done all the reports, I mean the writing and so on?
I would say that Jimmy and I have cooperated together, and also Carmen and Annabelle, they've gave a lot of advice and suggestions to me, especially on the part describing their city designs.
So, so they give you the idea, and then you are the one who really wrote about this one.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Yeah, because what I like is you really get a balance on how to analyze the impact and benefits of your city, because you really what I like is about you include also the social benefit and economic benefit instead of just environmental
Thanks
one.
a lot. Thanks.
Yeah, so this is my question, okay? For being sustainable, what is the most important area to you among environmental issue, social issue, and economic issue? Which one is the most important to you? To you guys, all right? Sorry.
Would Carmen and Annabelle like to give a response on that, or?
Just to tell you, there's no right or wrong question, no right or wrong answer. Just I want to know your idea.
For me, it's like the people to get influence and know how to live in a new world where you can live, and it's more important than now that you have like many things that are too bad for the world, and like in a new world where you can live with sustainability, and it's better. So I think.
I would like to elaborate more on that because, like Annabelle and Carmen, during the whole project, they've given us a lot of inspirations, and also from Harshit and Rohit, because we have different cultures. And, you know, I have noticed a similarity between different people, even if we are having different cultural backgrounds, is that, like what I've mentioned in my presentation on Thursday, our, well, GRUEN city's name is IOTA. And this inspiration actually comes from, like what I've explained, IOTA means extremely small amount. And indeed, you know, especially for us undergraduates, the amount of effort that we can contribute to transforming our society is actually really just a small amount. But we believe that as long as all of us, you know, from all around the world, with different cultural backgrounds, as long as we cooperate together and with unity, we can actually build a better community. Because, you know, citizens' cooperation is also vital to determine the effectiveness of whether different policies established by the government could be smoothly implemented on the society or not. So we always believe that the most important part in, you know, promoting a sustainable city or a sustainable lifestyle is that all of us should actually pay some efforts, make some efforts in changing the world, no matter you know how immense the effort is. By just giving a little effort, that's already enough, because you know we have a lot of people around the world, and by integrating all our efforts, we can actually make our world more sustainable.
Anybody who wants to comment on that? So no, then I would. I think it's a very important point that you make, Marco, saying that the collaboration between people from different cultures is extremely important. Having good ideas about sustainability does not automatically mean that they will happen in reality, because you have to convince people that it is important. And by doing so, as you are saying, it's important to collaborate not only in one country but in different countries. So I'm curious to hear from you, how did you communicate, because you were in different parts of the world and from very different social and cultural realities. So what were obstacles you had to come over, and what have you learned from that? Carmen.
Would Annabelle like to give a comment on that?
We, at the first of the project, I created a WhatsApp group to write about the project. I have learned that not all the people eat at the same time like at me. And when I am waking up, maybe Marco is sleeping.
Yeah. So yeah, and it's very kind for Carmen and Annabelle. They've also created a Google account for 6 of us to work on the same slide on January, which is the slide we presented on Thursday. And so, yeah, that's the contribution of all of us. And we, like what Annabelle just mentioned, we have a WhatsApp group, and I still remember that, like last night, she was sending some questions to me, but unfortunately, you know, I was sleeping based on the Hong Kong time. And so, yeah, the obstacles are, you know, definitely the time zones that limits the communication between, and also, especially before the before the presentation, you know, a lot of schools in Hong Kong has, you know, back to some Zoom lessons online. And so sometimes our time slots of different people, even for Harshif and Rohit, they also have schools started again in India. So sometimes our time slot clashes, but we've tried to strike a balance between all our time zones so that we can actually work together. Or actually, we will try to split our workload into different separate parts so that some of the work, for example, designing the cities, which Annabelle and Carmen are in charge of, they can work on that on their own without needing to have a broad discussion together. But after they've designed that, we'll find the time to discuss on the WhatsApp group. And also because Harshif, he works on the video, so he'll also give some comments on how he edits the video. So yeah, the greatest obstacle is the time zone, of course, and the lesson I've learned is that sometimes we really need to communicate with each other and to strike a balance between everyone's difficulty. And I think this could also be enlarged to the implementation of different green policies in the future. You know, different stakeholders will have different difficulties and they may be facing different problems. But we can, you know, there's always a way for us to strike a balance between different stakeholders' interests. And, you know, this lesson that I've learned throughout the project has actually helped me a lot in my daily lives, especially in cooperating with other people. So, yeah. Okay.
Thank you. My turn. First of all, congratulations. Your team did a very, very impressive work. Great work. Marco, you doesn't sound like a high school student. You sound like a university research student.
Or even a politician already.
Very impressive. And I like the your presentation and the whole project, the flow of the project, in which I find that you focus a lot in the very beginning about the analysis of the problem. Well, compared to some other groups, you guys have done impressive work, showing a lot of data, convincing people that here are the problem, and then here are the solutions. And I very like this approach. And my question to you all is, now, if you were given a chance, you were given a piece of land in the city, and to execute your project, your design, what do you think the biggest challenge would be to achieve your project?
Maybe, yeah, I'll start my response first. Like what I've mentioned and what we have concerned during the discussion of the project before, we all believe that citizens, cooperation in implementing different policies is actually the greatest problem that a government has to face. Because, for example, we have different policies written in the report, including encouraging citizens to implement solar panels on the rooftop. But that actually leads to a problem if the citizens do not choose to cooperate. As you know, we as a government, we cannot mandate them or force them to implement these solar panels. And so if, in my point of view, citizens' cooperation in the policies and also different construction projects would be the greatest problem. And also, I think another serious problem we have to face would, of course, be the difficulty in conserving the biodiversity and the nature in that land, that special area, because we all understand that by constructing a new, artificial building at an originally should be natural area, a certain amount of destructions must be caused. And we, as a responsible government, what we have to do is to minimize the effect on our mother nature, because that's also what our green city is aiming at. But that will lead to some problem, because like what I've just mentioned, we have different stakeholders in society. For example, some environmentalist groups and even some businessmen. Of course, businessmen would want to maximize their profits. So they always suggest building more, you know, if in Hong Kong, you suggest building more real estates so that they can earn more money. And so this is the problem, because every single project would involve different economic affairs. For example, we have proposed the implementation of different wind turbines. And in that aspect, we'll have to find someone, some company to construct that for them. But we, as the government, the most difficult part is to monitor them to see if they are actually abiding by the principles of sustainable development. Because in real life, we can often see cases like companies which has signed a deal with the government to abide by certain regulations, but at the end, because they want to maximize their profits, and so they choose to give up those regulations and rules that they should be abiding by. So this is a second difficulty, an obstacle that I think the government has to face and have to put a lot of resources to rectify this kind of atmosphere in the economic world. For example, I would say the recent news in Taiwan, like Taiwan, they're actually producing their own surgical masks. And so they actually have a national team which assigns jobs for different manufacturers. But recently, the news reported that one of the manufacturers, in order to maximize the profit and to reduce the cost, they have actually outsourced their work to a mainland factory, which doesn't actually have the authorization from the Taiwanese government. And so this is the one example showing the greatest concern that we have to tackle in future, even if we're given land to construct, you know, the things that we've listed in the city planning. And so, yeah, to me, there are two things. First is the citizens' cooperation. Another one would be the corporates' cooperation. Yep.
All right, so we heard Marco's opinion. So how about Carmen and Annabelle? If you are given a piece of land, for me, it's instead of what type of obstacles that you may come across. For me, I want to ask is what type of project that you want to put in first in that piece of land, based on your suggestions in your proposal, in your project proposal. Yeah, which one you want to do first, and why?
I think the project which I would like to do in this piece of land, it will be the solar panel or wind, because I think the clear energy is the most important, is one of the most important in a green city, because now we use energies that produce too much CO2, and we have to minimize the CO2 on the cities.
Mm-hmm.
How about Carmen? What will you do first?
That, or maybe put some water inside the city. I mean, with that, I
more
have
water
saw,
inside the city.
like maybe like a river inside it, maybe, because I have saw so many projects the last day that had put that like water inside the city, like a river or a lake or something, and you can take like the water inside that and take it, and it will be nice or better.
So for you two both, is the environment is the most important, right? You want to make your air clean, your living environment greener as well, right? Okay. So another question is, so okay, this is the case maybe in Spain or in Hong Kong that environment is the most important. But what do you think for people in developing countries, like in India, even though your group is not here, to them, what are the most pressing issues that they are facing right now, and what do they need in this sustainable development?
Well, to me, because while preparing for the project and the presentation, we've done some research by Harshif and Rohit they've also given us some comments about the status quo in the Indian society. And actually, because the economic discrepancy in India is the gap is actually very wide. Like some people are extremely rich, and while some do not actually have a lot of care from the government, especially the assistance for their electricity. Like what I've mentioned in my slides as well, a lot of Indian villages still do not have access to any sources of electricity, and they're still using some really old methods to provide light for them. For example, they will light up their candles, things like that. And this actually greatly impacts the country's productivity and also the citizens' future development as well. Because, lighting system is basically the most important thing for us humans to carry out various activities, and also electricity as well. Without electricity, a lot of innovative development cannot be carried out. And so I think instead of talking about some, massive projects like constructing wind turbines, the first thing is that they need some a smaller scale technology. For example, implementation of solar panels in their villages, because these villages in rural areas can actually receive a lot of sunlight from sun. And so if the solar panels can be implemented in these regions, it can actually greatly increase the energy efficiency of the solar panels, as well as help these citizens and also villages there. For example, I've read some articles about the successful cases that the Indian government is actually proposing a policy of, giving access to every villages to electricity. And one of the methods is to implement different solar panels. And I think that's a wise choice and a wise policy, because first of all, solar panel does not actually create noise. And so while generating the electricity, it won't be too disturbing to the citizens there. And also it does not produce carbon dioxide. And also, like what I've mentioned, the most important part is that it can provide electricity to the whole village. And currently, there are more than 10 successful villages which have received electricity due to the implementation of solar panels. So first of all, I think we need to implement these relatively portable environmental technologies into these villages in order to maximize the effectiveness to the villagers and also to improving our environment.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very sorry to interrupt, but it's time for us to wrap this up.
Okay.
May I ask Annabelle, Carmen, where are you based in Spain? Which part? Which city?
In Andalucía.
Okay. Thank you. I'm confusing Spanish.
You can use Spanish, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Las dos están en Javea, en Andalucía.
Sí. Yes.
Okay. Bye. Bye. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thanks a lot.
Bye.
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 Could you please leave the meeting now?
Yeah,
so
sure.
for the next one.
Yes.
Thank you.
Did we spend too much time with Alina?
Have we got
It's okay. We have the buffer actually, because we have a break after, and we have 5 groups scheduled. So it's
Yeah, George,
I just want to quickly use the washroom.
Okay,
Yes,
go ahead.
in the meantime, Kathleen, sorry, I actually noticed that you didn't attach the file with your latest ranking. Could you just send it to me?
Oh, you have not found. Sorry. Yeah, I will send it to you.
No problem. I didn't have time to check earlier, but I just noticed now. So.
Oh, now I lost you. I don't see you anymore.
Oh.
I will check in again. Sorry.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I will send it to you again.
Just now I was thinking, am I talking to the next Paul Zimmerman or C.Y. Leung? He doesn't sound like a high school student.
You know, this boy is for me, their program stood out immediately.
Yeah, and for me as well. Yeah,
it was so impressive. But now
his way of research and presentation as well, I don't feel he's really a student.
He is but also his excuse me, Evalina, go ahead.
No, please go ahead. It's fine. Yeah.
Also his way of communicating with the girls, I find it he is a highly talented person.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Which school is he studying in, Evelina? Is it La Salle College?
Let me check 1 moment.
Okay, just curious, just curious.
Ah, yeah, I have the list here. 1 moment. No, he's from Hofung College.
Hofung College?
Yuan. Yep.
Yuan?
Yes, yes.
My college.
Is it your college?
My high school.
Now we understand.
Now I need to tell my friends. Because some of my classmates before, they become a teacher at Hofung College. So I need to ask, okay, who is this guy? Who is this student?
Who is this guy?
Yeah. That's very nice. His other, the other boy from Hong Kong in the group is also from the same school.
Hofung College. All right, let me ask. Just curious. Marco Lee, right?
Marco Lee, yes.
Okay.
He had his full name on earlier, but
yeah, I saw that. Late.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Kathleen. I have the file now.
Yeah. So,
then, sorry, then
yeah.
I cannot give him the highest mark because I kind of linked to them.
But you didn't know.
I didn't know that before.
You didn't know. I think it's very wise, Evelina, to make us mark firstly only what we could read, because it makes such a difference when you see them, when you talk to them, and when you see a bit of their background too, you know. I got really impressed with these boys from group 2, group 3 also. Yeah. So Evelina, how do we proceed now? Do we have the break now or not? No,
not yet. We're just waiting for George to come back.
And then we have group.
And then we have 2 more groups remaining, and after that we have a break, which you can use to discuss amongst yourselves, and also as a break.
Okay.
Yes.
So basically, as soon as George comes back, we can start with the next group. And
which group is it?
Group 6.
Aha.
And I think actually almost all of their group members are here. So there will be many people.
Okay.
Yes. So if everyone is ready,
just I want to ask, did you hear some TV noise?
Some what?
TV noise.
I don't hear.
Okay, good, because my daughter is watching TV next to me.
It's good to have her near. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we start with group 6. I will let them in.
Martin, are you now in Korea or in?
Yeah, I'm in Korea. I'm based in Korea now, even though I want to come back.
Not a good time to come back.
No.
For many reasons, I know, but still, I miss the food in Hong Kong. There's no char siu in Korea.
You can make it yourself.
I know, but it's different. Even though I have an oven and so on, and I'm so lazy. Exactly, I'm so lazy to do it.
Okay. Oh. 1 moment.
Aha.
Okay, hello everyone. This is the Q&A for group 6. Let's just confirm because not everyone wrote their group number. So Paula, are you from group 6? And also Jessica? Okay, Paula, are you in group 6?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. And Jessica? Think so. Okay, so it looks like we have everyone from group 6 joining us for this Q&A session. Um,
Fantastic.
yes, so we will have a full house.
Yes. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for your impressive work and your impressive presentation. If I may fire away with the first question. You have been working together with people from your own age, but from different backgrounds, different cultural situations, different social situations. And I'm very curious how you managed to work together. And perhaps you have made an app group, and the language was, of course, important. But what else did you do to really communicate to have such an impressive result? What were obstacles and how did you tackle them? Paula.
First of all, we created a group in Hangouts. So there we search a lot of information, and firstly we all search information and all of that. And then we decided that Marta and I were going to do the presentation.
Just hold on a second. Just sorry to chime in here. Edmund, you are rotate. Can you rotate your phone back?
Yes. Yeah.
It's very good now. Thanks. Paula,
please
carry
go
on.
ahead, Paula.
Okay. So that's all. Marta and I did the presentation, and we all were constantly searching for more details about everything. We really had a lot of ideas in common, so it was easy, and we obviously talked in English.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. If I remember well, you focused a lot on the importance of, in your presentation, and the importance of the political will, the government of the city, to really make a difference, right? Can you elaborate a little bit on that? Because we all know that we can have great ideas, but when you do not have the political will to really make changes, nothing will happen. So how exactly would you create the political will to make your plan reality?
Can you hear my voice?
Yes.
I'm just want to share some, your questions. First, I mean, sustainability is the responsibility of every individual. However, I think it should start from those like governments, you have said political will, or those big organizations. For example, like the situation in Hong Kong. Yes, I have been, I'm a Hong Kong people, locals, but what I think is that government hasn't done much in telling or raising the awareness of sustainability. Although there are like recycling bins and the campaign for bring your own bag. However, I think they still cannot deliver the message of sustainability to the general public, despite the fact that they have started it so like way years earlier. So I think in order to let the public to have this kind of message that they should work on the sustainability developments on their own instead of the governments doing all the works, I think the government should really release more campaign and more like talks around in the different districts to help people around in those districts, especially younger people, the younger generations, to understand why we need to have such campaign and what will happen if we not start working on it. Because right now all the world are suffering so much different accidents, like this time is COVID-19, and the global warming situation around is really worrying. So there must be something we need to done, especially started from the governments and those organizations. Thank you.
Thank you.
So here comes my questions. I want to ask, because I noticed that you are from Spain, India, and Hong Kong, and when you discuss about the project and proposal, there should be some difference because of the difference in the reality that you are facing in your country or your city. So I want to ask individually, okay, every one of you, which problem that you think is the most urgent and then the most important one that you are facing in your city?
Maybe I can share first.
Yeah.
So
just a short question is okay.
Okay, in Hong Kong, like me and Edmund, we are both from Hong Kong, and we are experiencing lots of different situations right now. So like COVID-19 and the social problems that we are having, and we really makes us feel like we are really depressing, and sometimes it cannot motivate us to start working on our own, and it just stop our progress. So it's my own opinion on how I like living in this kind of environments.
So for you, the social problems like which area? You mean
like
the social issue?
Yeah, the social issue, like the started from the extradition bill on Hong Kong, and it has bring all Hong Kong people involved in this because it has aroused most people attention, and there are a lot of protests and people have different view on it, and therefore it kind of like separates different part of people, and the cohesion of Hong Kong people is just like broken up, and we cannot overcome these kind of difficulties when we are not that strong in. So sometimes when I see those news about the situation, I feel depressed. However, it is what it is, and I need to keep going on. Yeah, that's my share.
So for you, the most important is a government that is listening to the citizens' wills, right? This is
okay. I think it should be done by the government. This should be one of their responsibility.
All right. So how about Spain? No, it doesn't need to be political issues. It can be like environmental issues. It can be like environment, whatever, for being sustainable.
Marta,
You're
we
muted.
cannot hear you.
Yeah.
We cannot hear you.
You're muted. Unmute, please. Or Hindi first? I don't know.
Shasika, can you hear us?
Shasika is gone.
Shasika is gone.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
How about Paula?
Okay.
Paula, sorry.
Paula.
Yeah,
Okay.
Paula, sorry.
I also think everything starts in the government. It has a really big importance, but I also think that people here in Algeciras doesn't really take isn't really conscious. So people here in Algeciras, there were some demonstrations, and people don't protest because I think that they don't mind. And another problem there is a lot of pollution. We have our port that is one of the most important in Europe, and it hasn't a green. I don't know how to say it. I'm sorry.
You can speak in Spanish if you want to.
Yes, you can speak. Habla español, ni un problema. Yo después traduzco.
Como que no sigue
políticas verdes, no tienen ningún protocolo así. Y that's, es eso, que aquí no hay, el puerto contamina muchísimo, hay muchísimas empresas. Cuando tú vienes a Algeciras hay muchísimas chimeneas, tú lo ves, hay muchísima contaminación. Y la gente aquí realmente no está concienciada y no es...
Pero ¿qué harías tú para que la gente empiece a contemplar y a ver eso? Porque tú ves que es un problema, pero la gente no lo ve. ¿Cómo
Pues,
cambiar su mente?
Yo creo que hay que hacerles ver realmente todos los problemas que hay en cuanto al medio ambiente, porque decimos sí, mucha contaminación, mucho, pero no saben realmente todo lo que puede conllevar en el futuro.
Ya,
Entonces,
okay. Muy claro. I will translate shortly. So there are a lot of problems in the city, and environmental problems because of the port, because of big chimneys that give a pollution all the time. But people don't take it as a problem. So I asked her, what would you do to make the people see the problems? And she said, is seeing that all the side effects, the coherence between what's happening when it comes to sustainability and how this affects other parts of their lives.
Gracias.
Okay. How about India?
Yeah, India.
Trishini.
Ma'am, India is more polluting. It's more polluting water, ma'am. Air is also affected. Our place is not too clean. We have bad smell also. We don't have clean water in rivers, lakes. It's not affordable.
Okay. So the question was, what would you do in your city? What is like the most urgent, right, Martin? That was your question.
What is the most urgent issues, problem that they see? So what I heard from them is, okay, for Hong Kong it's about social issue, for Spain it's more about environment, and for India it's more about water pollution, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you have, now you identify the problem, you identify the issue that you want to solve or address to, what will you do to address to these issues?
What will I do means I won't throw plastics. I won't.
But it will be only you. But so how will you try to influence the others in your community?
I will say others not to put waste and not to make water not affordable. We can only say, but we can't complain anyone.
So you try to show them that what is the negative effects of polluting the water and so on, right?
Because we are the sufferers.
So you want to tell them, okay, we are suffering, so you should stop it like this, right?
Yes.
Okay. So how about...
I think in Hong Kong, we can foster our government to respond to our demand. For example, our Hong Kong people should be united to foster the government to respond. And we should be united, so that the government can hear our voice and take action.
I think that now in Hong Kong, everyone is being negative. So this is all about the people's well-being in society. And I think that when we are having that much channel with the government that we can speak for ourselves, I think people should really treasure their opportunities when government provide us different channels for us speaking of ourselves. So yeah, I think what I'm really trying to do is just raise the awareness of using our public channel to like ask for the government or giving some kind of ideas or opinions on the implementation of some kind of policy. So Yeah, this is what I want to do if I can.
How about Spain?
Well, can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yes,
it's okay
Marta.
now.
Sorry for the issues. I just don't know what happened to my microphone. But I really agree with Paula that I think the first problem is the concerning about society, that we should do something to make a compromise with the environment. Also, I think political issues has a lot in common to this. I think without a government that has reached a compromise with environmental solutions, or just say that they want to have a healthy and sustainable life in a city, I think that's the most important thing. And without that, we can't do anything, because by social medias or by TVs or just by conference, we can really reach people's mind, and we can also influence a lot. So I think maybe the government should be aware of that and should think more and be more conscious about we must have a sustainable way of living to really be good with our environment, as our environment is where we live now, and we have our resources that we have to care about because they are limited and we cannot use them all the time. So I think mainly that, and as Paula says, here in Algeciras there are a lot of factories around the city, and there are some green spaces, but I think there's not enough. I think there are a lot of contamination because of that. The air is really bad, and however, it's a small city, I think we can do more things to save this. I think it's a good city that we can start to having a sustainable way of living, but we don't do nothing because we're not some incentives.
Okay. George, yes.
I don't have any question, because I think from the sharing just now, they have they have answered very much what I've been thinking to ask. But I just want to share with you about sustainable development. Well, I know that you guys have done a great job, and a lot of focus has been placed on the environmental side of the sustainable development. And I want to share a screen with you.
I've done it already.
Great. So we have this sustainable development goals, which were kind of agreed by the world leaders back in 2015. And then, well, these 17 goals are kind of, if you want, you can group them into 3 pillars, which are these, the 3 major pillars of sustainable development. That is economy, environment, or biosphere, if you want, and then social inclusions. So you guys have done a great job in analyzing the problems in the environmental side in cities, which are the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG number 11, and you touch a little bit on SDG 12, which is a responsible consumption and plastic, and in which I want to emphasize that you have mentioned that your dream city, or your GRUEN, will have a lot of recycling, reusing. And one concept you should know is today we're not only talking about recycling or reuse, but we're talking about responsible consumption. That is, from the very beginning, try to refrain from producing that waste. If you can do it, you don't have to worry about recycling or reuse, because you don't generate that waste. So that comes to a lot of things about e-commerce, e-shopping, e-governance. Well, you do your meeting online, and you don't have to print out your agenda, and then you later, when you grow up, and you have to file your tax, and then you can do everything online. Will be the future world. And well, congratulations, you've done very good work. That's all I want to share for now.
Okay, thank you. And if no one has any other questions, we can conclude this Q&A session.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All the best.
Group 6.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you please exit so that the next student can come in? Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
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 Okay. So now you can have 5 minutes to discuss if you like, and then it will be the last group. Group.
Yeah. Here.
To be honest, sorry.
Sorry, what did you say?
Shashika is still here.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
To be honest, I changed my marks for them because they are the only group that really have this idea of what it means to create political will. Mm-hmm. They are so aware of the fact that without political will, nothing will change. Mm-hmm. And in their presentation, they also paid attention to the governance of the city. Mm. And yeah.
It was group 6, right? Sorry.
Yes, group 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now it's group 12.
No, group 11. Group 12 isn't going to be.
Okay. I want to ask one more. Is that we have only one prize? Is only one final prize?
3.
Or?
We have the top 3. So so we
top
have
3.
Yeah. First, second.
Is it only like really 1, 2, 3? I mean, yeah, or some different type of names? No.
Oh.
Because for me, until now, I have a feeling that we all agree that seems group 5 is good. But for me, group 5 is good is only because of one group mate. I don't know whether it's good or not to give the big prize or whatever because only one teammate. But I can feel that like group 6, like Kathleen said, they have more, I don't know, cooperation as well. So just ask. I just want to ask. Yeah.
I am. My sense is that group 5, he is very vocal, but I don't think that it is only his idea. I have the confidence that this is really, for what I have noted, written down, that this is really a shared idea.
Okay.
And I'm not sure, but that is my sense. So I feel comfortable with because they are still on number 1, right?
Yeah.
So,
for me, yes.
Yeah. Evalina, can you tell us, because we make a ranking of 3, are there 3 prizes, and what are these prizes,
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
So basically, you as judges are ranking the top 3, and these are the top prizes. But so, for example, the first place will receive 150 euro per person. So yeah,
they get money.
Yes. It will be money because in the in the age of COVID, we can't really rely on sending anything through mail. It will take a really long time, and it will not be feasible. Yeah, and the second place will receive 125 euro per person, and third place will have 100 euro per person. Also, after so you are voting on these awards, and separately, our team is also going to give out Best Use of E-Tools Award, Originality Award, and there will be the Audience Award as well.
Oh, that's really good.
Yeah.
And the Most Involved Teacher Award.
Aha.
Oh, okay.
Nice. Yeah. Okay.
That was what I was wondering. What did the polling about in the previous 2 days? Yeah, that
is good. That is a good question. Can you give us the polling of the groups that we are talking with now?
The polling, you mean how the audience voted? it?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't have that on me right now, but I can tell you that the group that the audience chose from cycle 1 is group 5.
Okay, it's them
I
again.
don't have the complete statistics on me right now, but I can find them.
No escape. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so if
Okay, the last group.
everyone is ready, we can let in the final group for today, group 11. Okay, I am letting them in.
Thank you.
No problem. We have 2 people, I think. Hello, Lucia and Victoria, can you hear us?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Lucia.
Just to double check, is this Lucia from group 11?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Welcome to our Q&A session. You will have 15 minutes with the judges, and we can start if you are ready. Thank you.
Okay.
Victoria, can you hear us also? Hello, Victoria. Yes. Hello. So thank you very much and congratulations with the beautiful work that you have been doing. You have been working with people from other countries, with other cultural backgrounds, and why are they not here now? First of all.
Où sont les Français? Les Français.
Yeah, yeah.
Ils sont où? Ils sont où?
You were with people from France. Where are they?
Only France and Spain in this group.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
Okay. It answers everything. All right.
Yeah. Okay. And we were just wondering. Let me speak for myself. My question is: after we have seen the great work that you have been doing, talking about issues that are related to your own environment, how did you manage to come together with your French colleague to agree and to coordinate on all the issues that you look at in a culturally different way? That is basically my question. So how did you do to communicate? How did you do your communication? And what did you find difficult in the way you communicate? And is there any takeaway from this whole process that changed your lives?
Well, can you hear me?
Yes.
Victoria, yes.
Sí.
We created a WhatsApp group and we decided to have some video calls with them. We start sharing ideas together, and we decided to create a presentation. And then we decided to use Discord, that is an application where we can share our screen and have video calls.
Okay, but sometimes did you find it difficult to explain something that they could not understand because they have never lived that same reality that you have lived? Or perhaps that just did not happen?
Yes, because we live in different countries. For example, they told us about a German method where they have like machines where you can recycle plastic bottles, and we don't have that in Spain.
Okay, thank you.
That's called a reverse vending machine.
Sorry?
That's called a reverse vending machine. You put the plastic bottle in and you get a token back, either that's money or whatever price or whatever, you can save it.
Yeah.
Maybe I go with the question first. Well, just a quick comment first. I like your ideas that you have included some other thing, not only about the environment. I see that you are talking about well-being, you're building hospitals, and then you have other things of transport, etc., green energy, of course. And now if you are going now, if you were given, let's say, given a piece of land, and then you are going to implement your city, make it a reality, what do you think the biggest challenge would be, and how would you overcome it? Any one of you?
Sorry, can you repeat? I had problems with the connection.
Oh, okay. So now, if you were going to implement your project, make it a real reality, make it a real city, and what would you think the biggest challenge, and how would you overcome it?
In my opinion, I think the biggest problem will probably be making the citizens responsible with all about recycling and all of this. And I think it will be difficult because in our education, they have never taught us how to do that. So we have to start doing it like now. And I think at first it could be very complicated because everything starts at the education. But I think we could do it well.
Yeah, we think teaching the children in school how to recycle, how to help and save the environment would be great. And doing activities where we can show, for example, one day in our school, we went to a green park next to our city, and we decided to pick up the trash to save the environment.
So you just do things, eh? You just organize. Okay.
So here comes my questions. I have seen just now your presentation, and then you mentioned about you want to make 5 normal libraries in our city and a bigger one in the city center. So why do you think that for sustainability, big libraries are important? What is the reason behind?
Because if we have a lot of libraries, we have a lot of information. And I think that information is so important for a green city, because if we want to have our citizens happy and comfortable in the city that they live in, they have to have everything that they need. And I think that libraries are something that they really need. And for example, if we make a lot of libraries, we could make maybe someone for students that are from 6 years old to 12 years old. And they are going there, and they're not just going to learn, they are also going to have fun, because they're going to be with people that are the same age as them.
So you think library is important to give them the knowledge, right? So, but nowadays we always talk about the power of internet and online information. So how would you try to combine both of them together as well?
Well, social media, I think is very important. We have Facebook or Instagram where people can see the pictures. For example, I saw in Instagram that Starbucks is doing something really interesting. If you go with your own cup or vase, they will discount you 40 cents, I think. They are motivating you to start recycling and reusing.
Okay. So, so another question for me is, you mentioned a lot about environmental issue in your presentation, but I think this is the case maybe in Spain or in France, this type of developed countries. So what do you think, I would say, in which, in the developing countries, what are the issues that they are facing at this moment? And then, yeah, which areas that you think that we should address to in the developing countries?
Well, I think that in Spain, the biggest issue is that people don't care about recycling. I think that's the biggest issue that we have here. And for example, in our city, everything is so polluted because we have here the port, and the port gives all the garbage to the sea. So everything is so polluted, and the animals are dying, and there's so much plastic and so many pollution everywhere.
Yeah, I agree. People doesn't care about recycling or the environment.
But how about in developing countries like Africa, India, and so on? What do they face at this moment? To your idea, what do you think?
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
Okay, so my question is, so you guys are in Spain or in France. Those are developed countries, right? You have a lot of resources. But how about in less developed countries like in Africa or in India? What do you think that the most pressing issues or problems that they are facing at this moment? Do you think that they share the same idea with you that, okay, they need more libraries, more recycling project as well?
No, they need, they are poor, so they would need some more buildings, more money to create better cities and better technology. Sorry, we have a teammate who is Raymond Knapp, but he's not here. I don't know why. He's trying to connect, but I don't know why he's not here. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I will send a message to Evalina asking her to let him in, right?
Yes, I'm here, but I don't see him in the wait list. Yes, yes. He's not in the wait list.
Just one more question while by the time we're waiting. In your presentation, you mentioned biodiversity. You actually said, well, biodiversity is important. We want to protect the animal. And so in your model, how would you do this?
Well, I think I would be very strict with animals. I wouldn't let, I think that if a person abandonates his cat or his pet or his dog or anything, I think that the charges for doing that should be very big. For example, here in Spain, if you do that, don't worry. But I went to another countries, like for example, Germany, and people told me that you are not going to see a dog without a house, because if there's a dog at the street, they would take him to somewhere with other dogs and to anywhere, but they wouldn't let a dog at the street. And here in Spain, you can see like a lot of dogs and a lot of cats that don't have a house to live in.
Also, we think plants and trees are very important. We won't destroy the environment to create our city. We will just live with it.
Any more questions?
Yeah.
If you don't have any more questions, we can also wrap up the quick Q&A session, because it's already time actually. But
okay.
Yeah, it was very clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All the best, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You did a good job. Thank you.
Bye. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
These girls are more like high school students, like I am used to high school students. You know, and
just Marco has set a high standard.
Yeah. No, but they were perfectly in their. I loved how she did not understand your question about Africa.
Doesn't matter. Maybe it's not easy. It's not easy.
No. But you explained it very well. So,
yeah.
But I see. You know, this is the group we are aiming at. You know?
Yeah, and now I just asked my friend about the Marco. He's actually in the English debate team as well, and then won the prize in Hong Kong. You know, the overall prize in Hong Kong as well. That's why we are so lucky.
Well, initially I thought Marco was from some sort of, you know,
prestigious school,
the national school, but
yeah, exactly.
He was just from an ordinary secondary school in Hong Kong.
I must say, Hawthorne College is kind of special. We call it a regional elite school, a district elite school.
Yeah.
Just kidding, just kidding.
Yeah.
But really, yeah, he's outstanding, this for sure, yeah.
He is really outstanding, it's clear. Yeah. But it is something we cannot deny. And once again, Martin, and I do not have the idea that he was overpowering present in his group. At least, you know, for the very short insights that we have through the product, through the presentation, and through the Q&A that we have had now. At least that is what my sense is.
Yeah, well,
but he is exceptional.
Yeah,
but there were many. No, sorry, I talked.
Sorry, I actually agree with you, and I don't think Marco himself will be able to do this. And in their report, actually, in the first few pages, they highlighted half a page, each member, what the roles were, and he actually indicated and made me believe that it's a teamwork.
Yes.
And I gave them the highest mark for the contribution for teamwork.
Yes, same for me as well.
Yeah.
Just because my...
Sorry, if you would like me to tell you where your score stands before the Q&A, if that's any help. Or you can just go ahead right now.
No, and well, why I have this feeling was just because of the presentation and interview.
Yeah.
He's just, you know, so kind of, for me, it's like dominating in the interview. But when I read the project proposal, what I like is they really tell us, each of them, what is their background and then what they care most. This is important as well, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, Evelina, we have to talk about the price, right? We have to make a decision now, is it?
Tell us, Evelina, how do we proceed? Do we have the 20-minute break now?
Yes, currently. So basically the panel discussion will start at 4:30 and now we have 26 minutes until then. This is officially the break time, and you can use that time to discuss with each other if you like. I can also tell you that the score as you voted before the Q&A. So number 1 is the group 5.
Yes.
Number 2 is group 2. And number 3 is group 6. But of course, now you are welcome to change the vote if you like. That's just where it stands based on your score.
Yeah.
I think we all agree on the first one, right? Group 5.
Yes.
But then problem is good, the second and the third one. For me, after hearing the interviews for okay, the first one is group 5, and then the second layer for me is group 3 and 6. I don't know.
Yeah.
How about you, Catherine?
Yeah. For me, the second layer was group 2, and group 2 and I think group 3. But after hearing group 3, you know, amongst these students, these high school students, there were really outstanding people like Marco. But there were more, you know, he was not the only one. And I have to say that after talking with group 3, these 2 boys from India, I share your sense that group 3 and group 6, let me see, group 6. Yeah, group 6 is now on the 3rd place. I'm sensitive to your arguments for group 3 after I have heard them. How about you, George?
Yes.
My impression is, well, group 5 is number 1, of course, and then I gave number 2 to group 2 and number 3 to group 6.
Yeah.
I like, the second and third place, their scores are very, very close. It's just on my list.
Same for me.
One mark difference. I like number 2 more because their presentation is very straightforward. It was the analysis, the problem, and how they are going to resolve it. And one thing impressed me very well was when they started the presentation, there was a technical problem. The audio was broken, then there was 1 or 2 minutes that they couldn't speak. And then by the time they pick up the audio, and they was as if nothing happened. And then they were presented as usual, very kind. That's what I think. And then group 6 is, I like their concepts, and they have a lot of different things. And that's what I think.
Yeah. You know what's interesting, George? I saw that also, of course, happening with group 2. And I saw their surrounding. They were in the school in Berlin, where everybody finds it very important what they are doing. And the teacher came immediately and offered her, I think it was the teacher, her laptop for the audio. And that is exactly the difference that I saw between 2 and 3. I see these two boys from the southern part of India. I'm not sure, but I want to ask Evaline, who do not have the support of such a school that finds it important that their students are doing this. And actually, we had exactly the same score, George, you and I. I had 2 on place 2, but I can imagine that we put 3 on place 2. Let me put it that way.
Kathleen, because you mentioned the support of the school, actually, the teacher of all the students from India in Cycle 1 was very involved throughout the project with her students. It's possible that simply just because of coronavirus, they're at home and not at school currently, because as we know that in India, the situation is
bad. Yeah.
So in this case,
that should not be the difference.
That's not how it was, probably. Yeah, their teacher is very supportive and has always been. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So the tough question now is the second and third prize.
So George and I had exactly the same ranking, but as I'm saying, I'm willing to change place 2 for 3. I feel comfortable with that. And then,
for me, my score before the interview, it was also the second, group 2 and group 6 as well, actually. Just the interview make me change a little bit, give more score to group 3.
So am I right in understanding, Evalina, that we all agree that group 5 is number 1 and group 3 is number 6? You also had that, right, George, or not?
Sorry, group 6 is which place?
The third.
The third.
That's
in your ranking.
Your votes, according to your previous votes for the Q&A. Yes, group 6 is the third place.
For all of us, right?
Yeah, I think.
Well, not for all of you. This is the combined score. We do the combined score. You have
okay.
And based on that, we just do the combined score. I can tell you how each of you voted before.
Yes.
Yeah, I have it now with me.
In our final votes before we saw the Q&A.
Okay, so Kathleen, for you, before you saw the Q&A, group 5 was number 1.
Yeah.
Followed by group 2.
Yeah.
And third place was group 6.
Yes.
This is the score that you submitted today.
Yes.
Shortly before.
Yeah.
Martin, for you?
Yeah, I'm near. I know that group 5, and then the second tier would be group 2, 6, and 12.
Yes,
And then the third
exactly.
tier is the group 3 and 11.
Yes, exactly. And George, for you, the first group was number 5. So basically, group 5 was the first place for you. Yes.
Yeah.
And second place was group 2.
Yeah.
And the third place was group 6.
Yes.
So Martin, what is your top 3?
I have only, when I mark it, I don't really have top 3. I have like the first, for sure, for me, is group 5 is the winner.
Yeah.
But then I cannot decide on the second
You
and third one
cannot
because they
decide.
are really
Okay.
too close to similar for me. I think George
Yeah.
just now shared the same feeling as well. Right. Yeah, so maybe we can do the same, like for sure. Group 5 is the winner, and then the second one is group 2, and then the third one is group 6. For me, it's fine.
Hi.
Hi. Hi.
Where have you
Hi.
been? Where have you been? Tell me.
In the next office.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
So we're just deciding the final.
Yes,
three.
yes, 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 yes. Tushar, it is not easy. It is not
I'm
easy.
so sorry to make you work so hard on a Saturday.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's okay. It's okay. Just let me check. Group 2, group 2, group 2. That was the that was Germany. That was India also, right? Marta from Berlin.
Germany, Netherlands.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
India, Germany, Netherlands.
Yes.
Am I saying that right? Okay.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Now, if we are all comfortable, we do it like this.
Okay, so 5, 2, 6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Done.
Evelina, I just want to ask
George.
one more question.
Yes.
Are the score just 3 of us, or also other
Yeah.
contribution from Leila, from other judges?
It's only the 3 of you. Actually, the judges have been divided in 2 because we have 2 cycles, so we have 3 judges per cycle. So
all right.
this score is entirely the 3 of you.
Okay.
And we
so
are
they are
going
doing
to-
the same interview in the second room?
Sorry?
So they are doing the interview in the second room as well at this
Yes,
moment?
simultaneously.
All right, now I
Going on
understand.
with Laila and Preeti.
Okay, now
Paul
I understand.
has already
We
voted.
didn't know that.
Yeah, we didn't know that, so we were like, oh, why only 3 of us?
Yeah. What happened?
Yes, well, that was because of time constraints. If we had all the groups like one
Yes.
day, it would be very, very
Okay.
long.
Smart.
Okay.
All right, very smart.
Okay. So, so now you are going to combine the outcomes of their final outcomes after Q&A with our final outcomes Q&A, and then we will know.
Yes, yes. And also, we would like each of you to present one of the awards later on. Once we know who is ready, we will make a file which will include the name of the award, the name of the winning schools, and the student names. So you can just briefly mention that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you will send us the information, right?
Yes, yes. We are going to compile it as soon as possible during the panel discussion, and you will have it right after. Yes.
Yes, yes.
So for the panel discussion, do we include the other panelists as well?
Yes. Then
how will it be? Please explain a bit about the panel discussion.
Yeah, for the panel discussion, it will be 5 of you. Mr. Paul Zimmerman won't be able to join. Tushar will be the one leading the discussion, and basically each of you should speak for about 5 minutes, and then you together discuss. And the whole thing would be around maybe 30 minutes or so, followed perhaps by Q&A session. It depends how it goes with the discussion. If you would like to discuss further amongst yourselves, of course, you're welcome to do it. And we have left in the agenda, there is a whole time slot of 1 hour, but this is just to have some extra spare time if that's necessary before we start with the awards. So you don't practically have to have the discussion for 1 hour.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we have a break now.
So so who will be in the panel discussions? The students also?
Everyone is invited to view it, but the panelists are going to be the 5 judges. And Tushar will be leading the discussion. Everyone else can be in the audience. The students, the teachers, their family members, whoever is able to join. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so just to repeat again, you agree that what is the top 3?
5 to 6.
5 to 6.
Okay, 5 to 6.
I feel like in Happy Valley now we are in 5 to 6.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Very, very good. Yeah.
Thank you. Good job. And you had very, very interesting questions. I'm going to watch the recording again after that.
Are you sure you fall asleep?
Don't do it.
No.
Yeah.
It was
You
very
have 4.5 hours for the first day and then another 4.5 hours for the second day.
Yes.
It's 9 hours already.
Yes.
Will you do the editing as well afterwards?
No, it won't be me. Brant will be doing the editing. Yes.
Then it will be doubled.
Well, he's probably used to it, so yeah, he will manage.
So we come back in 10 minutes, right? Oh no, go to another room.
Do we?
The link is different. I can resend it to you just in case there is no confusion if you want.
No, it's fine. Okay, just I want to have a break.
Okay.
Do we have certain topics for the panel?
Sorry, Kathleen, could you repeat?
Are we going to focus on certain topics in the panel discussion, or?
I think there was a topic. Sarah.
Yes, but it's quite broad. It's about
sustainability after 2020. What will it mean for our cities of the future?
Yes.
Okay.
It's rather broad, so many interpretations.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Anyway,
okay, we have a break now. Yeah.
Yes, 10 minutes, and we will see you in the other meeting room. So not in this one.
Yeah. Okay. Just one final note, Evelina. I will be using the same laptop, and so if you see Julian Ma, just pull me in and change my name.
Sure, no problem. Yes, that's why I didn't know it was you. Yes. Okay. Sure.
Okay. See you later.
See you.
Thank you.
10 minutes, right? Bye.
Yes,
bye.
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 Hi, Mrs. Zubaidi and Mrs. Shah.
Hello.
Hello. I'm JC, and I'll be guiding the students to join the meeting and also to lead the meeting today. And for today, it will be 15 minutes per group and then 5 minutes in between for bubble. And I'll start letting the student in 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. The others will also join, right?
Only for the group who's attending Q&A session. For example, the first group is group 21, and only the group members from group 21.
Not all judges will join?
No, just the judges for cycle 2. Yeah.
Okay. How many judges are there per cycle?
You mean overall? Or
so for each cycle?
Oh, there will be 3. So for cycle 2, it will be you, Mrs. Al-Zubaidi, and also Mrs. Shah, and also Mr. Portman.
Okay.
But Mr. Portman will not be here today.
So it's only 2 of us, because I don't really have questions for group 21 and 41. I don't know if, Preeti, do you have questions for them?
Honestly, no. I haven't. I
mean, are we supposed to ask them? I thought we were supposed to participate in this Q&A session. How is it planned? Oh, it should be the judges asking questions to the students. Just let me just go quickly. Thank you. My points I'll just go through and then. Oh, and there's also one more thing I want to mention before the Q&A session start. So far, the score between group 28 and 29 are tied. So they are both competing for the first prize. So please decide after the Q&A session, for example, which one do you want to be?
Which group? 29 and?
Group 28 and 29.
28 and 29.
Okay, I don't remember. Let me just see whether I have judge 28. Yes, I do have. Okay, sure. Thank you.
Okay, if we don't have questions for group 21, they're the first ones, then maybe we should look quickly.
Yeah, just. One question was asked during yesterday's presentation, which I watched in the recording, was about the electricity generation. One of the students has asked them about their plans about these electric cars and all, and to avoid the energy, consumption. But at the same time, it's a contradictory statement. And why have you chosen that? And that question honestly was answered also in that presentation.
Okay.
Do we want to go? Because I was not there yesterday. So I don't know whether it can be asked similar question.
I think so. I think we can also ask a similar question.
So the question around cars?
Yes.
Hybrid cars, right?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe we can ask that again.
And group 21, when Brandt asked them about the name, why did they choose the name this? It was just because they wanted to stand out. Does this name has some meaning in Czech? I don't know whether they have explained it somewhere or not.
Ah, okay.
But they have actually mentioned on the website, but while answering, the student didn't answer. He just said that we just wanted to stand out. It's a sustainable city. Imagine it means green city.
Okay.
How did they come up to this Czech word? Why not any other language? I'm just thinking aloud.
Okay.
And my question to Sujal or to the team would be, as a team description, they have this Sujal Kayalis producer. How have they divided the work among themselves? Because there are, I don't know, by judging also, it was a writer, researcher, narrator. And when I saw the video that was narrated by someone else called Utkarsh, who's not part of this team. So, on the website, I don't see any role of the narrator. So I'm just curious about Vakya's role. I don't know whether you also had the same thing while doing that.
Okay, yeah. Well, then we have already a lot of questions.
And you have for other groups, right? So I have to.
Maybe should I ask the question about the hybrid cars again?
Yes.
Or would you like to do that?
And then we can, I'm sure from the answer also we can have some question.
Yeah.
I don't know whether my internet is not good. I can't hear you properly. Can you hear me properly?
Yeah, it's a little bit, I can hear you, but it sounds a little bit disturbed. Can you hear me?
just change my internet. Maybe that is why.
In group 41, I also have to look into that again because I don't have a question really for them.
Okay, group 41 was.
Sorry to interrupt, but we have a 10 minutes break after 3 groups of Q&A sessions. So do you mind if I just add the students from group 21 to start their Q&A session? Yeah.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
thank you. Please allow for a few minutes.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Group 21, are you ready?
Yes.
Yes, do you mind turning on your camera as well? And how about Santi? Are you here? Hi, group 21. So your session will be 15 minutes, and when there's only 1 minute left, I'll type in the chat room. So please start now.
So hi, should we start or?
Yeah, sure. Please start.
So Laila, would you like to start?
Yes, hello to group 21. Thank you very much for your presentation. It's really amazing how much work you've put into it and how much you've researched. Are you all in the same location?
No, we're from different parts of India.
Have you never met in person before?
No.
Okay.
No.
I think it's really very impressive that you managed to pull such a project off by sitting in different locations and everything online. Can I maybe ask you how you researched for your project? Each one of you did it on his or her own, or did you do it together?
We divided the criteria and subtopics, and then we researched on our own, and we collaborated on a WhatsApp group. So.
Oh, okay. Okay, and there was a question yesterday when you presented on the cars, on the hybrid cars, I think. Do you remember? Could you maybe just tell us again what you responded to that? Because I think one of the students asked you, okay, if the government is encouraging the use of hybrid cars, how does that work with public transport, trying to encourage public transport? Do you have any thoughts around this that you could that you shared yesterday that you could repeat?
We like in our transport system, we are actually focusing first on walking and cycling. Second focus will be on public transport like buses, rail, etc. And the third focus will be on carpooling, shared taxis, and cars which cause less pollution, like hydrogen fuel cell or hybrid cars like electric cars, etc. Like we will be using individual vehicles only if there is no option for the public transport, I mean.
Okay, great. I think I really, it was in your presentation, what I really liked is the idea of carpooling. And I think you also had the idea of that cars come in, but then they have to actually change to public transport? Do I remember that correctly? There was a point when, for example, if people come into the city, then there will be a point where it actually connects to public transport. Is that correct?
No, I don't think that was in our presentation.
Okay, there was something about the carpooling probably that I picked up, but I really like the idea of carpooling. And how would you think, I mean, how would you organize that?
Like in local colonies, etc., there will be cooperation of cars. Like if there's a person who has suppose an office in a particular area, and there are more than one people who want to go to the same area. So instead of everyone using their own cars, and people use huge cars, and there's only one person traveling. Instead of that, we can take the bigger cars, etc., for so that more people can use the same car to go to that location.
Okay, thanks so much.
If I understand it correctly, it's more of car sharing than carpooling. Do you have an idea about the concept of car sharing?
Yes. I mean, we can share cars, and we can have cars. Like a society can have one car instead of people owning cars themselves.
Yes.
We can have public cars.
Yeah, because for carpooling, it would be like if I or you, either of us own a car and then we pool it out and we go to the office together. But in Germany, I mean, there is a car sharing system which is more, used. So it's like none of us own it, but it's a society who owns it, and then we can share it. And But going back to the question of hybrid cars, how do you think hybrid cars will make the life sustainable or make the world sustainable? How do hybrid cars contribute to the sustainable world?
Cars that use fuel cell, like hydrogen fuel cell, etc. See, they do not put a strain on the electricity grid. So there are two types of cars we can use. There are the battery cars and the hydrogen fuel cars. So this thing is for smaller vehicles which have to go smaller distances. The battery fuel cars will be more effective. But for the heavy use vehicles, etc., we'll be using fuel cars, hydrogen fuel cars. They reduce the carbon dioxide emissions a lot, and they're energy efficient. And fuel cells, for fuel cells, the recycling rates are greater than 98%. So that will reduce the waste generated. And also the FCEV, that is the fuel cell electronic vehicles infrastructure, can be built on the existing gasoline distribution and retail infrastructure. So it can create a cost advantage, preserve jobs and capital assets, and it can convert the fossil fuel based sector into a zero emission one.
And which cities, it's wonderful, like Leila also just said, it's wonderful that you don't know each other and you have collaborated so well, using the digital medium so well, WhatsApp. Which cities actually are you, all of you are representing, which cities are you representing?
I'm from
Sorry? Sandy?
Two of us are from actually Chandigarh, and the rest are from Gurgaon.
Okay, and on your website, I saw 5 of them. So 2 of them couldn't join because due to any reason. On your website, I saw, your team, which was Sujal Tayal, producer, Mehak, researcher, right?
Mehak was feeling unwell, so she could not join. And I think Sujal had some technical issues with the internet.
Okay, so if I may ask about the collaboration, like on the website, it says founder of Sujal is the founder. So I just want to understand the difference between your roles. I just want to have the clarity how you have actually collaborated together.
Sujal created the website, I think all of us, other than Sujal, we did the research. I think Devraj made the SimCity simulation. Sanvi, me, and Mehak had researched, had done the research, and Sujal had compiled it, all of it in the website.
Great, very well done. And the name you chose was because it's different? Why only in Czech?
Because, you know, generally the names are Green City. It's kind of, you know, repetitive. We chose something that will stand out and will be different from what generally is.
I know any of you are learning by any chance Czech as a foreign language? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
I think I found the graph. Sorry, I found the graph that I was mentioning. It's where there is an arterial road and then a train. You know, it's like, it looks like a half moon in your presentation, and it says transit station, but I think it's a transit station for the train. Now I understand it better.
Yeah, it's for the rail system.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Group 21, for participating in the Q&A session. So please leave the meeting room now and join us later for the panel discussion at 4:30 Hong Kong time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All the best.
All the best.
Okay, so coming up will be Group 26, and it will start in 5 minutes.
Realizing now how young they are.
Do you have specific questions for Group 26? I'm just going through the thing.
It's not really related to sustainability. It's about they want to install CCTV cameras every 100 meters in the city. And I thought that's really excessive. And I just wanted to ask them about that. And also, it's more on the governance, like only people who don't have a criminal record are allowed to vote.
Yes.
I think that's something.
And also
to
fight for the elections.
Do you think it makes sense also to ask these questions, or do they want to ask more on sustainability issues?
I think all types of questions. What do you think? Because there are different criteria, like, you know, also collaboration, contributions, communication of ideas, concepts.
Then I would ask these 2 questions. It's okay for you?
Yeah.
You also have? Or?
I'm just going through that. Should we start?
Yeah.
So, Leila, would you like to go first?
Yes, sure. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Good seeing you.
Hello.
We can only see 2 of you, actually, but that's good. Are you all in the same place, or are you all in different locations?
All of us are at our homes.
Yeah.
Different locations?
Yes. Even different cities, actually.
Okay, and you've never met before, I guess, right?
No.
All right. And how did your collaboration go online?
Well,
I'm lucky to have such great teammates.
Oh, yeah?
They are very helping and they love to help me. And that's what I like the best about them.
Digital communication. Well, you're young, I guess. You're used to it.
Yeah, thanks to technology, we're so far off from each other, and still we are able to connect, and it's quite great to see that. Like, we can connect very easily through technology.
Okay, great. We hope that you stay in touch after this project also and come up with more creative ideas. Yeah, thanks so much for your project presentation, which was super interesting. I really like that it's so, I mean, it really expresses kind of your vision for a more human, environmentally, friendly place. And this is why I don't have questions on the sustainability or the technologies or anything that you want to employ. I more have, I rather have two questions actually on your ideas of governance and, how, and security in the city. So one thing I noticed at the very end of the presentation, you say that you would like to install CCTV cameras every 100 meters, so that basically government can see everything and can see what citizens are doing. And I just wondered if, I mean, because you're young, if that's really what young people want. Because I don't know, I come from a different generation, and also I come from Germany, where people place a lot of importance on their privacy. They don't want to be observed all the time. They want to kind of ensure security without being seen all the time. They want their data protected. And I just wondered how you feel about that. I mean, would you feel comfortable in a city where every 100 meters there's a camera? Do you trust government to actually, protect your data?
So observing people and invading their privacy are two different things. So listen, we need to install CCTV cameras on roads and so that we can view people and we can control the crime rates, etc. But we are not installing CCTV cameras inside their homes to look at them. So there's a measure of privacy given to the citizens already. In public places is the property of the government. So the government has all the rights to observe the people and to acquire and to use proper surveillance.
Well, I would say that people would actually feel more safe if they are, in an area where it is examined, and the crime rates would be less due to a regular check on what is happening on the public areas and the roads. So basically, the CCTVs are not installed in the homes or like private areas of the people, but actually only in the public areas where everyone can go. So I don't really think there should be much problem regarding privacy.
The most responsibility of the government is that to secure their citizens. So I don't think people get I want my privacy.
And yeah, we have also installed AI system in the cameras as they damages or any other thing happens. So nearby headquarters or police station gets in message that this is not working properly or have some problem.
Okay, thank you for your answers. There's another question I have before I hand over to Preeti. I really liked your rights charter, that you laid down basically the rights of the citizens. I thought that was very nice, because if we talk about government governance, it's also important to say what the rights of the citizens are. There was just one question I have about voting. You say that only those who don't have a criminal record are allowed to vote. And I mean, that's actually not really common practice. I mean, most democratic countries would allow people to vote, even if they have a criminal record. Some countries don't allow prisoners to vote in the prison, but once they're out, they're allowed to vote. And some countries even encourage prisoners to vote. And if people are really deprived of their right of vote, it's mainly when they have committed crimes against the state, like high treason or terrorism. But if you are just, if you were convicted once for possession of drugs or stealing, then that doesn't mean that you cannot vote for the people who govern you.
Well, yes. Actually, I would say that people can vote just for if they are a criminal because they have stolen something or like that, a very small thing for example, then as they come out of a certain time period, and they can be again identified as people who are now responsible citizens, so now they can vote. Because I think if people are actually involved in crimes which are dangerous for people, then I think they cannot take a decision for themselves that is this right or is this wrong. So how can they take a decision so important that that a person will represent us at a greater level. So I think that for certain small crimes, they can vote after a certain time period.
Actually, what we wanted to say was that, say a person commits a crime, a big crime. So, say he is a drug dealer and he gets caught, and then, say after 10 years, and he does not have any criminal record, as we say that he obeys the laws perfectly, and he changes into a better citizen, a responsible one. So he should be given a second chance. So it's like we say that now you committed a crime, now you have a punishment that you can't vote for 10 years, and if until 10 years you become a good citizen and you obey all the laws and you are a responsible person who contributes to the society in his own way, we'll restore your rights.
Yeah, we'll also promote voting, but there's no anti-national criminal charges against them. I think so.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Laila. So first, I would like to go back to the question asked by Laila, was about, like, I heard you that it's not, like, privacy is not very important, security is more important. And at the same time, you are saying, if I understood it correctly, the cameras will be installed only in public areas, the main roads. But do you think crime happens only in those areas? It doesn't come to the societies, to domestic, the private thing?
No, actually, what we want to say is that the areas which are, public, the public areas are under the government. So it is the responsibility of the government to check whether there is some crime in that area or not. The private areas which are under the people, it is their responsibility to check in their neighborhood that if there is a crime, they report it to the police. So actually, this is just a distribution of responsibilities that the CCTV cameras in the public areas are under the city or under the government. While if they want, people want their areas to also be monitored and checked by the government, I think they can contact to the government. They install so that they can install CCTV cameras over there. But if they want to have their own privacy, they don't want to have a regular check kept on them. So I think that it is their choice, and they can certainly have their own way. They can have if they can report the crime if something happens in their neighborhood to the police, so that it can be checked upon.
Great, thank you so much. I would really like to compliment you, for the ideas which you have actually put up on your website, how you want to make your sustainable Hiravan. And there I have a query for you about the smart bin robo. You said the robo will direct people. So I would like to know how you imagine this. That will a robo say, hey, don't throw this? Or will a robo itself throw out that which is not meant for that particular bin? How it's going to work?
Okay, so I tell you about these features. So firstly, it will have different colors so that we can distinguish them if it's a biodegradable we have to throw or a non-biodegradable waste. If it's a biodegradable, then it would have a green color, and it depends on the location where it is kept. So if it's kept in hospital, so medical waste would be there. So they would have a different color. So we would firstly different colors. Then it would have a sensor automatic opening. So it is like if the person is throwing the correct waste. Matlab, I mean, the dustbin is non-biodegradable and the person is throwing biodegradable waste in it. So then the bin will not open. So it will easy for the industries as well as for the government to separate out the waste. And then it would have bees so that it can move in the surroundings. If it's found its surrounding unclean, I mean dirty, so it will pick up the waste. And then we will set up a location as well as the time duration. So it will go to the industries by itself only using its wheel. And then the industry would take out the waste and manage it.
And yeah, I
Do
want to
you
say
think
that
is it imaginable to have? Yeah, yeah. Please go
yeah,
ahead.
the dustbin knows the amount of moisture, like it's dry or it's wet. So dustbin will automatically can imagine that it's a wet waste or a dry waste. So it has a sensors. So it will automatically like beep sound out that you are putting a wrong thing in it.
And after that, you have a plan once it's been sorted out, degradable and biodegradable and non-degradable, then you have a plan how to go with the non-degradable, how to sort them out with the plastic or metal or, how to go about it. So another question from my side is about the solar panels. You have chosen the butterfly wings for that. So I know I have read it, but I would like to hear from one of you about why the butterfly wing form. And then later on, I have a question to that as well.
Actually, butterfly wing solar panels are actually by biomimicry. This is that we see in the nature that something is like if we are inspired by the nature, and then we take that technology and create one which we can use. So basically, it is like the rose butterfly has the wings which has red and white spots, along with certain pores through which the light can be absorbed. So the wings of the butterfly actually have a system where they can absorb the sunlight. They can actually separate all the light rays. The light gets diffracted, and then we can actually use the ones which are of certain wavelength and etc. So like it is like you can see the wavelength of the light, and you can use it for that reason. So like the butterfly actually uses it to maintain its body temperature, but we are actually using the technology to absorb it. So once the light can be absorbed, the energy of the light can be then converted into the normal electricity by the normal ways, like the photoelectric and photovoltaic effects. This basically we chose
I think we just
butterfly
have
wings.
few seconds left.
Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I think I got it, the concept, and of course the angle of the wings also decides the the effectiveness of it. Since
Actually,
like in
butterfly
earlier we
wing
talked
solar
about
panels don't really depend on the angle, so the maintenance is also very less for them.
Yeah, and we have spoken about degradable, biodegradable, and we're talking about sustainability. What happens to these solar panels after 10 years, 15 years, when they are a waste? How do you have any idea how can we dispose that of? How do we deal with this waste? It's made of
Well,
metal.
actually, butterfly wing solar panels are actually they can be they are quite well maintained, and it is easy to maintain them. So they're not pretty much spoiled very easily. So now, but still, after a certain time, they will turn into waste, obviously. So then the solar panels are actually made of silicon and phosphorus, as we see right now. So these solar panels can then be degraded, and then we can actually use the reuse certain things out of it, and like the solar panels can be then divided as per of their composition, and then we can actually reuse them and say whatever, like we can use them.
I need to add one more thing. So the solar panels consist silicon, which is a semiconductor, and I read it somewhere that silicon is also a great raw material for the what we say the computer industry, the IT industry. It is used to make mobile phones, computers, etc. So these solar panels can probably be used for making newer technologies and devices. That's what I wanted to add.
Okay, thank you so much. It was nice interacting with you all, and we wish you all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Group 26, for participating in the Q&A session. So please leave the meeting room now and join us later for the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we have group 27, right?
Yes, yes.
I have one question there about nuclear energy. So they want nuclear energy and they think that uranium is a renewable resource.
Okay.
So I would like to ask about that mainly.
I'm just, I think I can't, okay, I'll just access their presentation because I can't access their website. We have 2 to 3 minutes, right?
Yes, yes. Do you want their website again?
No, I had the link. I got the access when I was judging it. Initially, I didn't have access, and I got the access. Maybe I'm using another email address. Maybe that's why I can't. But I have the presentation, so I can go back to my notes and the presentation both.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Maybe we could just ask all of them how they collaborated and researched. I think that's right. Just
yeah, absolutely. Even if they're from same city, but they are not, meeting each other in physical form.
Where are you based?
I'm based in Delhi, India. And you are in?
Hong Kong.
Ah, okay. So you're born and brought up in Germany and you live in Hong Kong.
Yeah. I was wondering if you know my colleagues in Delhi. I have an office there.
Okay. But I would love to know because we are doing a lot of projects on sustainability. Maybe we can collaborate.
Foundation, New Delhi. I can maybe put you in touch with them.
That would be great because in fact, our theme of the Science Film Festival this year is also sustainability. So, we are planning a couple of things. Would be great to collaborate with them. Okay, this one is Serenity.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe I would like to know, which of the components they really would like to work further on. And I don't know if they, one of them had asked on the day upon about having a career in sustainability. So if any of them are interested, I don't know whether it's right to ask here or not, but I would really like to know how passionate they are about being sustainable ambassadors, so to say.
If you're ready, I can already add them to our meeting.
And so they want in the city all types of energy, right? Maglev, wind power, solar, and then nuclear, and then
Hi, Group 27.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
You all hear us?
No problem.
Connect her webcam, I think. It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
No problem. But can you all hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, we can. We can all hear you.
None of you can switch on your cameras?
Hi.
Hi. So good to see you all of you.
Yeah. So should we start?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. So the four of you, you are in the same city or are you far apart from each other?
No, ma'am.
We're all from Delhi and Jaipur. They're two different cities in India.
Okay. And have you met for this project or you've done it all online?
We have done it Ma'am, we've done online. it all online.
Okay. Well, great. It's very impressive how you managed to do such a project online. How did you collaborate?
Zoom meetings and WhatsApp calls, chat, conference calls, etc.
Okay. Did you enjoy that?
Yes.
Yeah. And how did you research, given that you're all in different locations?
Yes, we first had divided our criteria of concern and then we had fixed some date then when all of us will give our project submissions and like this we coordinated.
Okay. I have mainly one question, which regards your thoughts around nuclear energy. Because you write that in your energy mix, there should be nuclear energy, and which of course is based on uranium. And you also speak about uranium and that it's a renewable source. And I just wanted to ask you because, well, I've worked in a lot of countries where there were a lot of movements against nuclear energy. It's a climate-friendly energy because it doesn't have a carbon footprint really, but it produces a lot of toxic waste that is radioactive. And also the mining of the uranium produces radioactive waste, which can cause a lot of health hazards for the miners. Many of them are in developing countries like African countries, but also a lot of uranium comes from developed countries like the United States, but there it's mainly in indigenous land, for example. And then it creates a lot of environmental damage to the communities that live there. So I just wondered from a sustainability perspective, and I think otherwise your presentation expresses your kind of your vision really, really well, how you want to achieve sustainability. But do you have any thoughts about what you would do, for example, with a toxic waste of the nuclear?
Ma'am, we had researched a lot about this, ma'am, but mostly we found some ways like disposing that nuclear waste in the ocean, but that is practically, it's not viable because it may cause some leakage, and so therefore we had worked out a method that is vitrification, but that method is just for reducing the, like converting the radioactive waste to glass. It is a technology that has been successfully carried out in Dubai also, and it is known as vitrification, and for that it makes it more compact, and then it can be easily stored, or rather in deserted places. For example, in Saudi Arabia, it has been carried out in a deserted land. They have stored these nuclear radioactive waste in form of glass by converting them to glass.
Oh, they've converted the waste into glass?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. I haven't heard of that technology yet. Do you know what this technology is called?
Yes, ma'am. It is known as vitrification.
Okay. And that you have researched on the internet?
Yes, ma'am. We have researched on the net also, and some ideas were given by our group members also.
Okay. But have you also considered maybe just getting rid of nuclear energy completely and basing your energy mix just on renewable energies? Or why? What was your decision to keep it? Basically because the waste can be...
Yes, ma'am. It can be very hazardous for health. Ma'am, so basically, for example, the limitations in renewable energy is that on cloudy days, for example, the solar panels and on like when there is no wind, the wind energy plants also do not work so faster, so efficiently. Therefore, there has to be some kind of backup, because some say that backup generators, but backup generators can't be used for the whole season. For example, for about 2-3 months, backup generators won't work for about 2-3 months, and therefore some things should be used. For example, nuclear energy, we do not really promote nuclear energy. It is a second backup to the renewable energy sources.
Just like you said that nuclear energy is, according to you, not a very viable source, we thought of this the same way, but what we basically wanted was an integrated energy system. Just like how Urja said, if there are, bad weather days where our standard renewable resources won't work, we would have some sort of, working up or some way to supply the energy to the city. It's a last resort means, basically.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
So hi again, everyone. I have a question related to education. So in your city, you have talked about education. You have given the example of Finland also working towards humanity, giving access to education or giving access to all for, the right. These are the main goals. I would like to know of some concrete measures which would you like to take to achieve this?
Like, for example, we have taken inspiration from both German and Finland education system. Like German education, we personally think that it provides a lot of opportunities on after school based system. For example, we have a lot of number of, like, for example, the FSJ, which is a social voluntary service, and the one more thing, this Ausbildung. It is a very famous practice, and it is known in Germany. No, Germany is known for its Ausbildung practice because it, on the same time, it promotes both things like theoretical and practical knowledge. So instead of in India, we think basically it is more of pure theoretical knowledge sometimes in some subjects, but taking inspiration from some countries, we come to know that um, practical knowledge should also be incorporated to our education system so that students learn simultaneously and they do not have to like work later on. Like for example, in 2 years span of time, if they are able to do both the things, so it will be much more better instead of doing that later after they gain the theoretical knowledge.
Yes, and I think the Indian government
Just like
has.
your question was.
Yeah, please.
No, ma'am, please speak. I'll speak after you're done.
No, Seher, I would like to hear you first.
All right. So, ma'am, just like you wanted to know how, like, what concrete measures we want in our education system, according to our group, what we believe is that, just like Urja said, we need both theory and practicality in our education system. What we need more and what we would like to incorporate more in our city's education system would be practical, more than practical knowledge. We would want the students to have exposure to what they're doing. Just like we've been given exposure in this GRUEN project, we would like our students to have exposure to various projects, just like she said, in the different education systems across the world.
Good to know. Yeah, that's what I was about. I was just kind to, complete that. Yes, the Indian government has also maybe now thought about it. So they've introduced a new education policy, and we are hopeful that, in Indian system, it'll be also true one day. I remember Twinkle asking on the day one, about why when we talk about sustainability, why only we talk about environment, because there are 17 SDGs and then everything is not related to environment. I would like to know from each one of you, in which field would you like to work towards sustainability? Will it be environment, or are you passionate about something else?
Ma'am, I would genuinely, what I have always thought of, it's been for the last 5-6 years, my inclination is towards basically producing alternate resources of energy. Like, I have been very inclined towards greener uses, and the green part of our, like, rather than the carbon footprint on the energy footprint that we have, I would love to participate in a more sustainable energy pattern. And according to me, as much as I have researched, I haven't found the perfect thing, and I would love to study for that and work towards that in the future.
Good to know. And how about others?
I would like to focus more on education and healthcare, because if someone, for example, I said if someone knows that how to implement this, then he would be able to think much more better for every part of it. Like for example, more ideas he will be able to collect, and there would be more implementation of smart projects. So education is the main, according to me, for example, for promoting every aspect. Like for sustainability also, the students have to be taught. Like for example, in the GRUEN project, we have been encouraged to participate, but most of the students, for example, these days are not that much aware. So converting first, inculcating the idea of sustainability as a subject to them in their education system would be the first step, according to me, in order to promote a smart development system.
Thank you, Ucha. And how about the other two?
According to my perspective, I think that I would like to work more in sustainable than other than my passions. As according to my thinking, I think that sustainable is more required in today's generation, as we see the global warming and other green effects which we are seeing in today's global. Also, I think that sustainable is genuinely required in such climate where we are replenishing the resources, and the resources are getting eliminated day by day by excessive use of human.
Thank you. Sunishka, are you having some technical issues?
Actually, I think there is some network problem, because yesterday also when we had a meeting before the presentation, then also there was some network issue at her house. So basically,
Okay, no
that's why.
issues. Do you think, the last question from my side is, do you think whatever you have done during this project, do you think any of the elements which you can maybe start or you can think of implementing at your level in your school at a smaller scale? I'm not talking about the big projects. Any single simple thing which you can do that? I mean,
Yes, ma'am, there are a lot of
I'm
things.
starting a
yeah, please go ahead, Urja, and then Seher.
Yes, ma'am. What I think that starting a service project at school, in our school, a lot of projects are there. For similarly, starting a similar project for encouraging sustainability, a service project in connection to nature in our school itself. Like, for example, planting trees project like this. What else will be the first step for encouraging that at school level for us?
Seher, you wanted to add something? Thank you, Urja.
Ma'am, there are a lot of things. There are a lot of things we can do to, introduce all this to our daily life. So basically, in our school, what we have done till now is plantation drives. But I think that's just a very small part of introducing the idea of sustainability. We can have, sort of a green group in our schools and all. To introduce students who are inclined towards the idea of sustainability, and we can come up with our own research, we can come up with our own ideas, and then collaborate with other organizations to materialize them.
Yes, ma'am. According to me, yes, ma'am, according to my perspective, I think that sustainable classrooms can be made as we can specialize sustainable outdoor classrooms for schools, and from green modular building materials we can energy efficiency that can be at every step of the building process we consider and choose to most environment friendly option at smaller level in school.
Yeah, but that is more on a school management level, but a good idea. And thank you so much for all of you, and we wish you all the best.
And sorry, Sunisha, that we didn't hear you, but don't worry about it. You all did a very good job.
Thank you, everyone. Have a really good day.
You too.
Thank you, ma'am.
Have a great day, ma'am. Thank you.
So for now, we'll wait until 3:10 in Hong Kong and also 12:40 in Indian time. Then we'll start.
28, right?
Yeah, with group 28.
Can you repeat the timings, please? I could not hear that.
Oh, it's 12:40 in India. So
Okay.
just 7 minutes from now.
Oh, no issues. And this is where we have to decide, right? 28 and 29.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So far, I can only see one student from group 28 is participating.
No worries. I'll also go through the things.
I have one question to them. I really like group 28. I didn't shortlist them earlier. I don't know why. Now I changed my rating and I put them first actually, because I really like, they have a lot on workers' rights. They also prefer solar energy over nuclear energy. And what I really like at the end is that they write that sustainability doesn't have to come in the form of futuristic, unattainable technology, but rather simple technologies and ideas. And I thought maybe I could ask them a question around that. Like, what are the things that you want to build on actually that communities are already doing? What are the technologies that you prefer? Something like that.
Even I haven't given them, really good rating, so to say, evaluation. They was right below, down the list, maybe because I just saw one presentation and the few slides were really sorted out, and then it was more of text, so I couldn't actually I mean, for me, there was a huge difference between 28 and 29. Let's see now what they say, and maybe we can talk about it again.
Yeah, 29 presents their information very nicely. Yeah?
Yes. For my evaluation, it was much more from between 26 and 29, but it's an individual thing. But 28, let's see how this goes. Maybe I go through the presentation again.
Is it 3 judges judging, you said, right? 3
Yeah,
judges.
yeah.
The third judge, is that Mr. Ma?
No, it's
Simama.
yeah, Mr. Fox. And so far, the second runner-up is group 27.
They are in Hong Kong and India, you said, right? Group 28?
Group 28, they are all based in India.
Oh, the upcoming group, they're all based in India?
Are they
Oh,
all
the
from?
upcoming wait a minute. The upcoming group, yeah, also from India. There are only 3 members, but I can only see one of them in the waiting room.
Do you have any idea about, are they from same city or?
2 of them are from the same school, but
Okay. And Leonard, could you find anything about on the wider level? Because there were 3 criteria, right? And my notes I've written, they have covered very well on the local communities level, but the governance in the wider region was not that much present there. I mean, there was government, yes, I can see the policies now, but it's more of a.
so one of the students is from another city in Delhi.
Okay, thank you.
If you're both ready, I can add them in the meeting.
Just give me a few seconds.
Okay, sure.
I'm just about to finish that.
Yeah.
And they also had the same criteria for the government, huh? Eligibility for voting, all people with no criminal records.
Yeah. I think they all copied this somewhere from the internet.
Yes, I also think so. Okay, let's go.
Hi, Group 28.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello.
Very good afternoon to all of you.
Hello, good afternoon.
Is Naira also joining?
I don't think so because she is shifting her base from India, so she won't be in a position to attend the meeting.
So the Q&A session can start now.
Okay, should I start?
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay. Hello to both of you, and thanks for being here. And thank you very much for your presentation and for your hard work on the project. It's really impressive how you've managed to collaborate. Are you all in different places, or I believe two of you go to the same school?
Yeah, our school is the same one.
Okay. But have you ever met physically to work on the project, or was it all online?
All online.
Okay, and how did that work for you?
It was quite difficult because sometimes there's some network connectivity issue, or I'm busy or she's busy, but thanks to our teamwork, we did it.
Okay, and how did you collaborate? So did you have a chat group, or how did you manage to communicate?
There were various platforms. Sanskriti, you may continue.
We formed a WhatsApp group and we also used emails to send the presentations.
Okay, and how did you research for your presentation?
From various sources like Wikipedia and others.
So did you divide up the tasks, or how did you
Yes,
manage?
we had 8 criteria, so we took 2, 2 and 3 criteria. Also, I was compiling the presentation, so I took 1 less criteria. That's what we did.
Okay. I really liked in your presentation that you, for example, mentioned the proper treatment of workers. I believe you have a slide on frontline workers. I think
yes,
yes, ma'am.
Nice to see, especially now in the pandemic. You know, we talk a lot about frontline workers and how important they are, but nobody really mentions their rights or measures to protect them. And I think that was really nice that you included that in your idea of a sustainable city, and not only environmental issues, but also social sustainability questions.
Ma'am, that credit goes to Sanskriti only because it was her idea to bring up that topic.
Okay, well done. How come, Sanskriti? Do you have any experience with frontline workers, or?
Ma'am, they are usually they're not considered when we talk about these issues, but when it comes to the implementation of policies, they are the ones who will implement them. So we need to make sure that they are treated well and they are given proper wages and proper treatment too.
Yeah, very good. And you talked about your energy mix, and you said that you prefer solar energy over nuclear energy.
Yes, ma'am.
So how did you come to this conclusion?
Ma'am, actually, where our city is located, it is kind of a temperate climate over there. So there are 9 out of 12 months which are solar energy rich periods. Also, when we generate solar energy, you can say it is cost efficient, and also CO2 emissions are very less. So I also told in the presentation that by generating solar electricity, we are conserving everything.
Okay, and I'm just asking because other groups, they included nuclear energy.
Yes, ma'am.
Energy mix. Was there any?
Nuclear waste is hard to dispose of.
I'm sorry?
Nuclear waste is hard to dispose of.
Can you say that again? Sorry.
Nuclear waste is hard to dispose of, and also nuclear plants take a long time to set up. In that time, solar energy will produce a lot of energy.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Sanskriti, for saying that. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's also a point that I would like to make. I mean, even if it's, carbon efficient, then still there's all this toxic waste that we have to deal with. And exactly, I mean, the time of building a nuclear plant and all of that has to be taken into account as well.
Also, solar energy does not need much maintenance. It is very environmental friendly, no maintenance, and a renewable energy source. That's why we said that solar energy will be a major one produce electricity.
Okay. And then in the end of your presentation, you write that sustainability doesn't have to come in the form of futuristic, unattainable technology.
Yes, ma'am.
But rather, you know, that you can build on simple ideas and simple technologies. I also really like that because it's easy, you know, to dream up the perfect city with all kinds of technologies, but then are we really there, you know, to implement all of this? And this is why I really liked your statement. Can you say what you, I mean, what would you build on if you say simple ideas, simple technologies? It's all in your presentation, of course, but can you still elaborate a little bit what you mean by that?
Ma'am, by simple and yet novel methods, what we were talking about was the first one, that is the problems that each and every city is facing is that overcrowding and slum settlements and all the water and sewage problems. So the green city, which is approximately, we have 30 indicators across 8 categories. We cover CO2 emissions, energy, building, land use, transport, water and sanitation. So they are both quality and quantity indicators in what we have told. And also what you are asking is simple methods where, first of all, that is democracy. Attaining democracy is very easy. Attaining victory for democracy is very easy, but retaining democracy is very difficult. So first of all, the government should be very efficient and there should be positive governance in that. Then if the government is effective, transparent and an accountable form of government, then only policy implementations can take place. After that, energy generation, I told you about the solar energy, and because Paradise uses many types of energy, the hydropower and nuclear power are 2 main sources. So these energy are generated in a big plants in the country, but then they are distributed through the national grid. So this means a huge loss during the transmission and distribution. It is more than 50%. So that's why we generate electricity by solar energy. The simple method is addressing the building, like I told, the novel solar panels, the building cladding. So they don't take up space. They also provide thermal insulation and also noise reduction, which is another added benefit. Then we talked about the building and architecture. So there are several simple ideas which can be, done in that.
Also, I'd like to say that we already have the technological advancements needed for a green sustainable city. What we currently lack is the political will to implement those technologies and integrate them in the society. So that's basically what we lack right now.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for mentioning that. And what would you change to actually, foster this political will? What do you think is necessary in a city that, to pressure the government to actually implement those policies? Just like a few simple ideas maybe that you have. Because you said it's easy to go to to go to elections and vote a democratic government, but it's difficult to retain democracy. So what is needed from the side of the citizens to make sure that democracy works? What do you think? Was the question not clear or too complicated?
Ma'am, I think that if everyone does their work, efficiently, then the democracy will retain. Like there should be cooperation amongst everyone. The actions should be synchronized and integrated, and actions should be taken with the help of the tools of IT sector also. Then I think that the democracy will retain by doing this.
Okay.
Maybe that's why they also have this criteria who can vote. People without any criminal records can vote, and who can also contest election is the same criteria. So maybe they'll have then a will to work for it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Yeah. I also see, a lot of focus on food thing. You want to limit the food consumption, then you want to grow locally the food, and then you also so that's the objective, the aim you want to achieve. Certain measures are already there mentioned in your presentation, but would you like to mention any one or two which you are really passionate about and which you think you can start maybe by tomorrow itself, maybe in your school, in your community, with that related to the food consumption and food reducing the food waste?
Ma'am, I think that idea with the food banks can be, implemented maybe tomorrow in the school also, because giving the edible food to someone who needs it is a very generous act also, and this can also reduce the waste production.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. I think we can do that.
And you have also mentioned about the 3 R's, and where you are actually encouraging your people in the city about the using recycled commodities. And a certain section of people in India, they would, not like to maybe wear a used cloth. How would you go about that? If you want to encourage your citizens to use the recycled commodities, and where you have the hesitation, or not many are willing to do that, how would you go about that?
Ma'am, people in India are already practicing the 3 R's in a lot of traditional ways. For example, the old clothes are given away to poor people and they wear those. In my house too, we practice this. And the clothes of older siblings are worn by the younger siblings. And we upcycle those clothes by making dusters, etc. out of them. And we also give like the old newspapers to the kabadi wala instead of throwing them in the dustbin. So these ways are already being practiced in India.
Okay, thank you so much. Those were my questions.
I have one more question, if there's still time. There's also an idea that I liked where you said you want to take the markets to the people. I think, maybe can you just explain that again? Because I think it's a very good idea.
Could you please just repeat the question?
Where you said that you want to bring the markets to the people. Food, I think food markets, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Can you just explain the idea quickly?
Ma'am, the farmer markets are encouraged to cut down the cost and emissions that are produced to produce the food. So the plant-based food is also encouraged since it produces less emissions, and farmer markets are a great way to lower the cost for the consumers and increase the producer's profit. So basically this is that idea of farmer markets.
Yeah, it's a great idea, I think, for cities. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. All the best.
Oh, we cannot hear you. Sorry, you're on mute.
Sorry. Next up, it will be group 29, and there will be 6 students from 2 schools in India.
There are more students otherwise, right, in the team?
Yeah, there are 6 students from group 29.
Okay. So this and the previous group will have to decide now, right?
Yeah.
let's see how it goes.
Yeah, here I also have the nuclear energy question again. And also they mentioned desalination, where I would have a question. And then there's again the criminal record vote thing. And they say at one point in the presentation, they say they cannot reduce the use of plastic. And I wanted to know why, because I mean, there's so many cities that are reducing the use of plastic today with all kinds of policies. So the group 28 were like school learners, right? And the group now also has students.
I think everyone is a school learner.
Only school learners.
Yes. I will ask about the digitalization, what they have mentioned in their thing, Go Digital. I would like to know more about that, about sustainability and digitalization.
All the members from group 29 are already in the waiting room. And if it's okay, I can just let them in.
Yeah, for me, it's fine.
Yeah, they're joining. Hello, group 29.
Hello.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hi. Hello.
Oh, it's many of you.
Yeah, it's 6.
We can't see everyone. We can see only Arnav and Utkarsh. Would you like to switch on your cameras, Muskan and Ishit, Navya, Abhudit? So Laila, would you like to go first?
Yeah, sure. I hope all of you can hear us, although we cannot see all of you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay. First of all, are you all in different places?
No, we are all from New Delhi, India, but like different zones.
Okay, so have you ever met in person?
Me, Utkarsh, and Abhyudat go to the same school, so we are friends. But we haven't met Ishit, Muskan, and Navya.
Okay, so you did this whole project online.
Yeah.
All right, and how did that work for you?
I think pretty well.
Okay, so how did you manage to communicate? By WhatsApp or email or?
We mostly communicated via Zoom and email.
Okay. And how did you research together and then put your presentation together?
We used Google Docs for it. So I created a Google Doc and I shared the link with everyone, and they would put their inputs, and I would do myself.
And we also use Keynote.
You used what?
Online Keynote, collaborator in Keynote.
Okay, all right, very well done. Thank you. It's really impressive how you managed to do this all digitally. We have a few questions. I have three different questions, one on governance and one on sustainability and one on, again, governance, more or less. You write in the end of your presentation, or you say at the end of your presentation, that as a city, you cannot really restrict the use of plastic. And that's why you propose technology. And I wonder why. I mean, why would you not be able as a city to reduce the use of plastic? Because there are...
So I think I can answer. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, we can't prohibit the use of plastics because it has become a part of our everyday lives. So we can't just say that you're not allowed.
I can answer the question.
Sorry, I did not hear that. Because why?
Can I answer it?
Oh, you're free to decide who wants to answer. You can also answer with
Actually, we live in India right now, and I have seen in India that the use of plastic is increasing day by day. So prohibiting something so urgently would be a little tough, although possible, but like we can't go from 100 to 0 in a day. So using plastic more or less is obviously not, we can't just prohibit it in a day. And plastics are used in many things, like even in things that we don't know about. So using plastic in a sufficient way and reusing it and using cold plasma pyrolysis to produce hydrogen for fuel cells would be a little more efficient, I think.
And what do you think about policies? For example, some cities, they introduce policies like using renewable materials for packaging. Let's say for food deliveries, you can use all kinds of...
Actually, the thing in that is that that they are not like in if you keep something in plastic, they can go on for years and they won't be expired. But if we use biodegradable methods and renewable things, they might get deteriorated and won't go and aren't that long lasting, according to me, I think. But if they can build something that can go on for long and is reusable, that would be much better, I think.
Okay, anyone else who wants to say something on that, or?
Yeah, I wanted to say that we don't use plastics for packaging things, especially fruits and vegetables, because if we package fruits and vegetables with plastics, the hormones like ethylene would speed up their growth and they would rot very fast. So we do use things other than plastic for packaging, and we have tried, and like we will try to minimize the use of plastics as well.
I think what Abhijit is trying to say is that plastics can be used to package things that need to be lasted long, not for vegetables and fruits that are biodegradable things and things that rot easily, but like things that are frozen foods. You can't pack frozen foods in paper.
Okay. All right, thank you. My second question is on your energy mix, because you write that you want to include nuclear energy. And I mean, I understand that nuclear energy is climate friendly because it doesn't really have a carbon footprint, but it produces a lot of toxic waste, and that waste stays for 10,000s of years. And I wonder if you have any thoughts about.
We had researched about three such methods. The most commonly used would be like dumping them underground, so that won't harm the environment. And Utkarsh can take.
Yeah, so I read on the internet that there's a nuclear lab in Sweden that produces electricity from nuclear waste, and they power about 40% of the city's electricity requirement from that nuclear waste alone. I don't remember the name actually, but it can be done. So we can use the nuclear waste to produce electricity, which can then power greenhouses and the general requirement of the city as well.
Okay, so you would use the nuclear waste to basically produce electricity again, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And then I have two questions. Sorry, is it too much, Preeti? I don't want to cut your time short.
No, you go ahead, and I have just two questions.
Okay.
I will ask once you are through.
Okay, on governance, I noticed that you said that only people who have no criminal record are allowed to vote. And I wanted to ask you why, because in most democracies, people who have committed crimes are allowed to vote. I mean, sometimes when they are in prison, they cannot vote, but even some countries allow prisoners to vote. And once you're out, then actually you're not deprived of the right to go to an election and to choose who governs you. So why?
Yeah, I know that, and that happens in America and India and most of the democracies I know. And I think that is right. But according to me, giving the right to vote to criminals, and not theft and kind of criminals, but murderers and criminals, not small criminals, but like criminals who have committed mass murders or crimes that are not really big crimes. So giving them the right to vote would be a little be bad, because if they would have the right to vote, I don't think they would use it in the right way, because they don't know what is good for people if they commit crime.
So you
Also,
would apply that rule to people who have committed very heavy crimes?
Yeah.
Yeah, and also I would like to add one point that people need to submit an affidavit in which they would state all the pending cases that are against them, and if they are free of all the charges put against them, then they can vote.
Okay. Okay, and thank you for that. There was another thing on governance that I wanted to ask you about. You laid out different ministries and what these ministers are responsible for. There is no sustainability minister. Do you think that would be, or environment minister? Do you think that would be an important position?
That would be a really nice idea, yeah. I think that is a really nice idea, and I think I missed it because governance was mine, and I think I should have added that.
And moreover, sustainability and climate protection should run in the veins of the citizens. Like, government can't impose everything on to the people. They should have a conscience about what is right and what is wrong for the environment.
Okay, thank you so much.
For that we have a separate law, that is our Compensatory Act of Forest.
Yeah.
Law for sustainability.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then I start my question with your separate act, Compensatory Act of Forest. how do you see it? I mean, you have planned it. Everyone who wants to use the forest land for mining purposes or any other purposes, they have to provide, they have to plant or make a forest again on another piece of land. So how do you see that? Should they do it? Yeah, first the forest should be there. The alternative forest should be there, and only then they're allowed to do it in your city, or how does it go?
No, ma'am, I have mentioned it already that they can either plant the equal land area that they have grazed, or they have to provide a sum of money, and that money will be used in different purpose like environment protection and wildlife protection, even the infrastructure development of the country. Sorry, state.
And what happens to the deforestation?
Yeah, so the deforestation, I think obviously they wouldn't be allowed to cut a lot of land. Only a small amount of land would be allowed to get deforested for mining purposes and industrial purposes. But that wouldn't cause so much destruction to the environment. So the amount of land destructed would be compensated by adding more plants, not small plants, but big plants that can be imported from outside of the city and can be added to places near their industry. They could boundary their industrial area with those plants. They could add industrial. They could also do that in other areas of the city or develop parks.
Okay. Do you think also the vertical plantation would help them in their own buildings, like whatever they're
Yeah,
constructing?
yeah, green buildings. So the main basic of that is green buildings. So
Mhm.
they would also have. They could build their industrial building in a green way.
Okay. And my another question is about the digitalization. You have written that go digital. Yeah, that's the way forward. But do you think digitalization is completely sustainable? Good, we will save paper and there we will contribute towards it. But even every search you do on Google or every post you make on Facebook or Instagram also emits CO2, also leaves a digital footprint. So how would you go about that?
Basically, we are mention that go digital at workplace. That most of work is only confined to paperwork, and also we can substitute it by using the digital way. It is just confined to social working site, but like the documents and presentation and other things.
Anybody else would like to add to that?
I think going fully digital would be a little tough for the city and for the environment also. Using paper for certain things like for contracts and while buying houses and using paper in such matters would be a little better. And I think your point is right about the Google search and CO2 emission when we do a post on Google and Facebook. But I don't have a solution for that. And I think we can do a research on that to find a solution for it because Google has become a very important part of our lives, and I don't think anyone has ever imagined their life without Google, especially our generation. Like if every time I have a doubt, I go on Google. So I don't think we can just ban Google or the use of Facebook and Instagram. So we can find a way to power Google so that it doesn't emit CO2. But like right now, we don't have it, but we can search it in the future.
Maybe you can use other search engines like Ecosia. With every search, they plant a tree. Google doesn't do it. Maybe in Germany, they have alternative search engines. Maybe by next
That's a nice
research,
idea. Yeah. We could
yeah,
also
you can.
share this idea to Google so that people aren't more familiar with Ecosia. So we can just share this idea with Google and like people would know about, and more people would go to Google then, and then more trees would be planted. So that can also be a great idea.
Okay, those were my questions. Thank you so much. I wish you all the best.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Bye.
Bye.
There's one more group to go.
Yeah.
Yes.
What do you think, Laila, between 28 and 29?
It's so difficult for me to decide because sometimes I feel they research a lot on the internet and download and copy paste and sometimes don't really know the implications. So when they talk about nuclear energy and you can just like put it underground or turn it into glass or whatever.
Yes.
This is all on the internet, of course, but they're just, I think, too young and unexperienced to kind of really understand. And I think it can't be really held against them,
Yeah. Because the same feeling when we asked, like when you asked the questions to group 28, the girls could not answer all those questions because they were just, maybe it was more of Google search. What do you think? I don't know.
I think so. I liked about 28 that they were really socially minded. I think they were very shy. I mean, now the guy who talked all the time, he's like, blah, blah, blah. He's much less shy and he had an answer to everything. And I think the girls were a little bit more thoughtful and they didn't want to say anything if it doesn't really make sense, which comes across as,
yes,
I'm knowledgeable, but I don't think so. I mean, for me, it's easier to have an answer to everything than to just say, okay, I really don't know what I need to say right now. Because I understand it must also be intimidating, and I think the democracy question was maybe also too difficult. I don't know. What do you think?
Maybe they didn't actually put too much of a deep thought into it. They found this idea as good. Wow, there will be no crime in our city and let's take it. And maybe that's the only aspect they considered while, choosing this.
Yeah. What is your tendency more towards 2029?
It is for simple reasons, for various reasons, I would say. The collaboration, that's a team. Unfortunately, these are only 3 girls. I don't blame them. But maybe that is why they could, the kind of work they have put. But maybe we can give it to 28 as well, because we are also giving the GRUEN award. And I think 29 is already getting that. So it's better if 2 different teams get different awards. What do you think?
So 28 would then get which award?
The GRUEN award.
Ah, okay. And 29 is getting that one. Okay.
Oh,
just a thought so that we have.
Yeah, for me that would be fine.
Sorry. If it is very difficult for us to differentiate between the 2 teams, but honestly, for me, there was a huge gap between the points for both the teams. Before I saw heard these girls, for me, there was a huge gap. In fact, between team 29 and 28, there were another teams from 26 and 27 also between, the way I had marked. But if the total overall from the 2 judges from you and Mr. Zimmerman is that, then that can be a solution.
So your priority list is still 29 and then 26 and 28 last, actually.
Yeah. 29, I think, and 27 and then 28. Or 21. Wait a second. Because 21 was a down, and after watching today's presentation, the recording, I thought 21 did a pretty good job, but they don't make it to the top 3 list. But if there is a tie between 29 and 28, then I would suggest let's give it to 28. So each team gets 1 prize, 1 award.
And then 27 wouldn't get anything.
27 gets a second.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, please.
Because there will be a prize for all top 3 students. So even if it's first one up or second one up, they will still get the prize.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we do it like 28 gets the first prize and 29 gets the second, first runner-up, and then 27 gets the second runner-up, right?
Yeah, if you decide to let group 29 or 28 to be the first place, I can mark it down and I'll tell Evelina and also Tusha later.
I'd be happy to follow your recommendation, Kriti, because I think you've because I only look at certain aspects of the presentation. I didn't look so much at the technology details and all of that, because I'm not a technician. I'm not a kind of expert on that. I look more at the social and the political, and maybe that's not so much in the foreground.
I think everything, what makes a city sustainable, right? Not just the, of course, they have used it as a, let's go through quickly to the evaluation criteria. It's analysis and the definition of the problem context, which has actually nothing to do with the technology. And then the generation evaluation of ideas and concepts. The development part maybe yes, communication of ideas, yes, there 29 was much better. Collaboration and contribution from all team members. Now, I can't really talk about much about 28 because I just saw one PDF and there were two girls, but yes, they did collaborate. They were working. I can imagine, these all kids are also going through their online classes and other things. So I give them the benefit of doubt. By 29, you can see a lot of work being done in terms of collaboration as well. On the website itself, they have mentioned it very clearly who has done what and all. If I go with that criteria and the communication. And otherwise, the analysis and generation evaluation, they are more or less similar, I would say.
Sorry to interrupt, but you still have time after the Q&A session with
Okay.
Group 41. Yeah, I'll just let them in right now. Hi, Group 41.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you mind switching on your camera?
Yes, just a second.
Thank you. Please start now.
Should I go first, Kriti, or? So hello, everyone. You are based where exactly? Can you tell us again? In India and in Hong Kong, right?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the two participants from Hong Kong, have you ever met?
No.
No.
And the two from India, have you ever met?
No, ma'am.
No?
I guess
So
because of the
collaboration
lockdown
is completely online.
Yes, ma'am.
And how has that worked for you? Did it work well?
Yes, it worked out.
It worked quite well.
Even with the time difference, right?
Yes, ma'am. There was
Yes.
like, but we
How
made
did you communicate?
through
We
phones
use
and
WhatsApp filter.
over the internet.
Over WhatsApp and email and
Yes.
Yes.
That was
Yes.
Zoom meetings and everything.
Zoom meetings also.
okay. And how did you research together?
We researched, like we divided the topics among us, and then each one of us researched on the basis of that topic.
Okay. And how did you bring it together then and create your presentation?
We used to go for Zoom
Like
meetings.
we sent it.
We used to go
We
after
had a
Zoom,
Zoom meeting. And
bring
then,
all the ideas together and decide what we have to put together. Then.
yes.
Okay. Great. So always very impressed how you managed to work together to make this happen. I have one question on the presentation because this idea that you proposed, I didn't see it anywhere else, which is ground supplier roads. And I wonder.
Yes, it was basically an idea that we proposed earlier, and it is like we are using it some like we'll put holes in the roads so that the roads are developed in such a way that the water and the drainage system is connected over there.
Breaking off a little bit. Hello?
Ma'am, I guess the internet connectivity went down. Yes.
Maybe somebody else. Can somebody else talk about it a little bit? Or should we wait?
Ma'am, I think I could continue with that. Ma'am, the thing is that we were planning on putting some holes in the roads and we were planning to connect it with the drainage system, as a result of which, since we are living in India and we are extremely habitual of seeing our roads getting logged. So with that, we kept in mind that if we put holes in the roads, but the water would be directly transported to the drainage system and it would be drained away, and a lot of as a result of which the roads wouldn't be logged, and that water could even be recycled and could be used for further use as well.
And we also presented an idea of the turbulent hydro. In this manner, ma'am, the turbulent hydro would work properly because there will be a sufficient amount of water running through it, so it could generate more electricity out of it. And living in India, we kept in mind that there might be some other countries where there is so much of monsoon and so much of rain, so the roads are not blocked and thus creating electricity out of it.
Okay, and do you have any thoughts on public transport? Because there wasn't much in your presentation on it. It was more on kind of vehicle efficiency and all of that. How would public, I'm also asking because two of you live in Hong Kong and I think you have an absolutely amazing public transport system. I wish in Europe we had something like this. I have never seen anything like it. So do you have any thoughts around how to integrate that into your city?
Yeah, ma'am, as of the public transport thing, indeed, Hong Kong has one of the best public transports, but as of India, I agree Delhi is still good with metro, but apart from Delhi, the public transport is not as good. So I guess with that, keeping that in mind, we had certain ideas about.
And we had an idea relating to the train itself. Ma'am, the Bombardier system. Ma'am, it's basically a train wherein it works on inductive charging, and it will be connected all over the city, and the train will work on battery, and that battery will be charged using inductive charging. Ma'am, it's not really into effect till yet everywhere, ma'am, but it can come into effect in our city if we try. And
so these are it's like inner city trains, or are these trains that will go into the city from the outside, or is it
inner
like
city trains?
Inner city trains, ma'am, like metros and.
Ma'am, like there are metros and all those rail systems. Ma'am, it's a monorail basically.
Okay. Okay, thank you from my side.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, I was just going through a presentation and you have suggested some solution for CO2 emission, and where you also mentioned about education. If you can elaborate that, how do you see the in field of education to solve this problem or to tackle this?
Ma'am, if you look into it, ma'am, basically, ma'am, everything is related to education. Ma'am, if a person is not educated, he will not know how the city works and how we should be able to protect our environment. So to do that, everybody should be educated and should know that what measures do we have to take to reduce the carbon emissions.
Ma'am, adding onto that point, I would also like to say that nowadays a lot of people are turning vegan. However, a large majority of people are still eating meat. Carbon emission and global warming, one of the main sources of it is meat, because it's ruining the entire food cycle, and as a result of which a lot of global warming takes place. If we part away some education, as it is, people would start understanding the fact that this and this are the reasons, because currently in fact many of the people are not even aware of the fact that what are the right sources of carbon emission, or as to why global warming is taking place.
Did you say eating meat? Did I hear that correct?
Yes, ma'am. As to what we researched, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you mean that then you would educate people to convert into vegetarians? Do I understand?
Ma'am, not basically, but ma'am, they could know about the fact that that meat creates carbon emissions. Ma'am, other than that, ma'am, there are other ideas that we gave, ma'am, like solar energy and all of that, which reduces carbon emission. Ma'am, so you know about that, we know about that, but the people who haven't been educated, they don't know about that. So first, we need to educate them, tell them about how we reduce it, all the solar energy and the battery-operated cars and everything, and then they'll be able to enact on it.
Okay,
So
Fanny,
education plays a vital role in that.
Yes, maybe that is a subject addition, adding more electives which are more relevant to the environmental protection in the secondary school and in the university, so that the student have more choice to learn more about the environment.
Ma'am, like students are really adaptable to everything. Ma'am, so a child aging from 7 to 15 is really adaptable to stuff. So if we try and educate all those children who are in that age category first, they'll be able to educate other people, their parents, their family. So in this way, we could like move on, and everybody would be educated slowly and steadily.
thank you so much. Now I would like to go specifically first to Hong Kong and then maybe to India also, to the participants of Hong Kong, from Hong Kong. We all have seen this COVID pandemic. We are still going through that. And you've also mentioned in your presentation about the public health policy, about the silent pandemic, these epidemics and pandemics. So have you learned anything from this in based on your experience in Hong Kong, which you would like to incorporate in this city, your GRUEN?
Oh, I think based on the experience from Hong Kong, we can build more clinics and hospitals in the GRUEN, because Hong Kong has a well-developed medical system, and therefore Hong Kong did fight the COVID-19 pandemic quite well. And this is based on my experience in Hong Kong. I think in the GRUEN there should also be a well-developed medical system, and of course the people's awareness to fight the public health problems is very important as well. So that's based on the experience of Hong Kong.
So by building more hospitals and maybe by having
yes,
more...
and also having more doctors and nurses, as employing them more, and maybe educating more doctors and nurses from the schools as well.
Ma'am, the cost of the treatment
just a second,
not be as high.
Just a second, Aryan, sorry to interrupt. Let's finish with Hong Kong, then I'll come to you. Yeah, okay. Fanny, would you like to add something?
Okay, so because I think health related to what we eat. So I think the government should encourage the citizens to eat more local food. So it can successfully decrease the carbon footprint as the imported food need to transport by some airplane or some ship to our city. So if the government offer some subsidies for local farmers to produce more local food, so it will be benefit for our citizens' health and also decrease the carbon footprint. Yes.
Yes, I agree with Fanny. And then by doing this more healthy habits, and then the burden of the medical system will lower the burden of the medical system, and can leave more room for the medical system to fight with huge public health problems.
Great, thank you. And in India, the situation is quite different, I would say, because of the overpopulation. So let's hear now Aryan and the other student from India. Yeah.
Ma'am,
First
so
Aryan and then Sia.
We know that, ma'am, the population in India is like massive. And ma'am, there are not a lot of people who know how to tackle this problem. There have been awareness, all that stuff where we aware people about it, but it wasn't enough. So it has spread around India a lot, a lot. I mean it, and everybody is not getting the treatment they should get. They're going to the hospitals, but like they need the sufficient amount of money. So I would like to specify that the cost in the hospitals is really high for the people to have the treatment for themselves and for their family. So the cost should be reduced. And in our GRUEN, we would be like to add more hospitals and nurses, as Donald said, and we would reduce the cost for a specific number of people and according to their economic status.
Okay, Sia, would you like to add something to that?
Yes, before starting off, I would just like to give a glimpse that the COVID-19 situation, the COVID-19 pandemic in India initially was at a very good stage. India really did control it. However, over time, it couldn't manage it. Ma'am, India could manage it in the first place because it took a lot of precautions. And however, since the economy couldn't manage, and therefore they had to open it, as a result of which now the cases have been increasing day by day. So to add on to that point, I really believe that for us, it's very important in our city that we do implant that kind of, firstly, as what he said, education is very important, health is extremely important, but at the same time, I really do believe that we have to start managing that. During the COVID-19 situation, the environmental conditions in our country became extremely well because the pollution started decreasing, the animals started coming onto the roads. So with that, we have to maintain that in the growing city, we would like to limit the number of vehicles and the industries that are working at the same time, as well as we would like to decrease the expenditure of all the COVID-19 appliances, or for example, any virus appliances, because in India currently it's extremely expensive and many people are unable to buy that. Apart from that, I think we would also like to work on the economy because as taking the example of India, the economy was worst hit basically because of our base was not as strong as any other country with all the things that we've had to go through. So we would initially like to make our base strong by trying to increase the number of manufacturers and try to increasing the number of people and try to bringing a lot of more number of people in the working class as well.
Ma'am, I would like to add something. Ma'am, she said, ma'am, the education and health and all that stuff, ma'am, that is important. And she said in India, they opened up everything because the economy is really down. So they had to open up the offices, the jobs for people, and they had to go start working, which increased the cases. Ma'am, so here, ma'am, the technology comes into play. Ma'am, we should have such technologies, ma'am, which are cheap and can be available to all, which allow to stop they maintain social distancing and all. And I have been working on projects like that, ma'am, and we did come up with something, ma'am. So technology plays a really important role.
Speaking of the expensive medical system, also we could learn from Hong Kong or the United Kingdom. In the UK, there's the NHS. That means all citizens will get free medical services that deduct from their taxes. So I think the Grim City could also apply the same. Just like Hong Kong has a very comparatively very cheap medical system, just $200 per day, and so the Green City could just use more public funding on the medical system, and so to provide the better medical services for everyone who is in need.
Ma'am, it's very similar in France as well. The medical treatments in France are very cheap. I'm not talking about the current global pandemic. I'm talking in general as well. The kind of health systems that they have, they are not as expensive, and they are actually cut from the public taxation. Indeed, it's a very high tax country, but the thing is that the amount of healthcare facilities, the education that they get is extremely amazing, and the quality is great. As a result of which, I think we would also like to incorporate that in our Gruen City, as what Ao said, because if that's something, if we bring it in, I think the citizens could have a much better life with that. Because living in India, I think everything is so expensive that we now know the importance of it. So I think that is something that we would like to incorporate as well.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. It was wonderful interacting with you all.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wish you all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So now we have a break, is it?
Yes.
So before we go into the break, should we just decide, Laila? How long is the break?
Sorry, I was mute. Yeah, sure.
We still have like around 15 minutes because it will start at 4:30 Hong Kong time. So in 20 minutes, we will need to switch to panel discussion.
Let's finish it quickly because it's lunchtime here for India.
Okay.
And what do you say? Should
With what you said earlier with your ranking, basically.
or just to distribute the awards among different teams? I mean, I'm okay with both the things.
The last group is out, right?
Yeah, last group is out. We are just discussing between 27 and 20, no, 29 and 28, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. 27 is second runner-up. So we can have either 29 as first, but then of course they will be receiving two awards. One is the first prize here, and then a GRUEN award from us from Goethe.
Oh, I can't decide.
Should we just go by the criteria? But I don't know what Mr. Zimmerman would have said now because he's also the part of the jury. So one vote is.
What did
I mean,
he submit? What kind of ranking? Did Mr. Zimmerman give his ranking?
Yes, also.
What was it, if we may ask?
The highest score of Mr. Zimmerman gave is 44 and is to group 28. And then the first runner-up is group 41, and then the second runner-up is group 29 and also group 27.
Sorry, so the on top is which group?
28. Group 28.
And on second place?
Group 41.
But which this group is not in our list, like.
Yeah,
right?
they are not in our top 3.
And who is the third one?
Group 29 and also group 27.
So then okay, I would also tend towards group 28.
Okay, then let's go like that. 28 gets the first prize, 29 then second, and then 27 the third.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. See you later.
See you.
So sorry, when do we reconvene? At
Another
half?
15 minutes.
Yeah, in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
So let's start again. So 2020 has been no doubt challenging and has changed the ways that human beings behave, and that has been very important. That has been a bit of a positive change, I think. But the question today is there a danger of us sliding back to our old ways once we have a vaccine? How do we prevent that? How do we keep up that momentum of positive change? That is what we want to know this afternoon. So our panel members today, if you have noticed, are not urban planners or government agencies, and yet their work in civic society, education, and finance does more for people than all of our governments combined. So may I invite them now to tell us a bit more about what they do and how they think their fields of work, their areas of work are changing since COVID-19. George, may I start with you as Associate Director of the Museum of Climate Change here at the Chinese University of Hong Kong, and being directly associated with the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network. You are, I think, the best person to kick this discussion off. While you're thinking about your answer, may I remind the audience that you can click on the raise hands button or add a question to the chat. We will take the questions at the very end of the discussion. Please mention which panel member you would like to address your question to.
Okay, thanks Tusha, and thanks everybody for still staying around on Saturday afternoon in my place in Hong Kong. I'm very happy to share some of my views, and as Tusha introduced it, I come from the Jockey Club Museum of Climate Change, and I also represent a institution and the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, the Hong Kong chapter here. And I've been doing a lot of climate change education, telling people to, cut your carbon footprint. And then recently we also, because of the SDS in Hong Kong, this institution I'm involved in, we talk a lot about the UN Sustainable Development Goals and its implications in Hong Kong, raising awareness, etc., mobilizing resources. So let me share a bit of what I think about our cities of futures after 2020. Now, because of my backgrounds in climate change, I want to stress a little bit on climate change, and then we will probably move on some other pillars of sustainable development as we go today. Now, COVID-19, of course, is what we're concerned very much this year, and it's also in the next few years. It gives us a warning. The Sustainable Development Goals, we have 17 Sustainable Development Goals. We have a lot of different aspects of sustainable development. Any single sustainable development goal or any single threat, if we don't check it, if we just ignore it, the consequence will be enormous. Just like we didn't expect to have a pandemic in our time, but it did occur. And climate change is another thing is happening, and it's going to cause a lot of problem if we're not going to check it. Now, cities, coming back to city, right? Okay, cities are consuming over 70% of greenhouse, or generating over 70% of greenhouse gas in the world, and consuming about 2/3 of the energy in the planet. So cutting the greenhouse gas is important. And how are we going to do this? And after 2020, obviously 2020 is also an important milestone for the Paris Agreement, because we're talking about a 5-year milestone that we will be reviewing our progress in the Paris Agreement. And then a lot of people, scientists, politicians, are all saying that they, starting from 2020, the next few years will be critical for our implementation of the carbon cutting plans and strategy. So what I've been thinking, and what inspired me a lot in this COVID-19 times is everything. What I mean by everything is e-commerce, and then we can do our, like today, we're doing this meeting on Zoom. And we haven't thought about this half years ago. We thought, well, conference meetings should be conducted face-to-face. But then after this half year, 8 months, we know that we can change our mind, and then we can adapt to this new norm. So we will have e-commerce, e-business, e-shopping, e-food delivery in the future. We'll just get used to it. And then we also know that we don't have to go to work all the time. We don't have to go to school all the time, but we're still doing our work. We're still learning at home. So by developing this habit, we know that we can cut a big chunk of greenhouse gas emissions by reducing our commuting time and us doing things what we have been doing. And then we will cut a lot of the greenhouse gas from driving, from transportation, and we will start to develop a new habit. And of course, secondly, this everything, or sometimes people call it the smart city, smart technologies that will help us build our future city. A backbone of this is the power, the energy supply behind it. Now, if we're staying at home and then using all these electronics appliances, e-meetings, the way that we've been using before, I mean, the energy supply we've been using before. Well, in my place, a huge chunk of energy comes from burning fossil fuel still, coal burning and methane gas. It won't change the world. So the next step is to, well, after this everything, we will have to change our power system, sustainable energy, in which a lot of you guys have talked about in your presentation, your projects. So this sustainable energy will have, well, will be emitting zero carbon dioxide, zero greenhouse gas in the futures, and so that we will have a green, clean city that reduces also the air pollution problem. And then after this COVID-19, a lot of people lost their jobs, and then the governments are talking about not just rebuilding, but rethinking. What we're talking about is build back better. So the important element here, what I think is green investments. So in this green investment, the government or other institutions should invest massively on green technology, such as electric vehicles, new industry that are based on the sustainable energy, green energy that we've been talking about. And this way, and this new innovation will create a lot of jobs. And these jobs will sustain a number of people that now lost their jobs in the COVID-19 times, or they're forced to rethink their career. And I think I still have something to share, but I think I should pass the time to other panels, and then we probably will come back and then talk more.
Thank you, George. Thank you very much. Actually, you gave me a very good, you played the ball right into my hands because I wanted to talk to Laila right after you and ask her what she thinks about this digital change, which is a field which she was working in already, if I understand it right, and on the socio-political aspects of digital transformation. And suddenly we have been thrown into the digitalization of everything. So what does it mean for people, Laila? What is your experience? What are you thinking about nowadays?
Yeah, thank you, Tusha. Thank you, Dr. Ma. I think the pandemic has accelerated the way we integrate technologies into our daily lives. So all of this was on the way already, but with the pandemic, schools have switched to e-learning, universities have switched to e-learning, people are working from home with digital means. There are also other technologies employed, like robots in hospitals and airports. Many of the presentations have touched upon that. So it seems that the acceptance of technology has been accelerated by the pandemic. And also there are plans to create more smart cities where all of these issues like e-learning, working from home are already integrated into city planning. In New York, for example, there's an initiative. And in Asia, there are many initiatives to create smart cities, that have environmental aspects, but also digitalization of daily life and all of that. And I think it's very good. We should employ technologies as much as we can if they're beneficial to us and if they're beneficial to the environment. I would just be a little bit cautious when the answer to all our problems is a technology fix. And I think the youth, I found all the presentations extremely inspiring and very well researched. And the youth has actually shown us in the past years that they deeply care about the environment because it's them who have to live in this world for many years to come. And I think movements like Fridays for Future and also movements in other parts of the world have shown that the youth is not ready anymore to sit and wait that these generations, the older generations who have basically just, contributed to destroying the planet, will fix it for them, and they want to take it into their own hands. And if I was in your shoes, in the shoes of young people, I would be very wary of easy technology answers and responses, because there is a growing tendency today to say, oh, don't worry about the climate, we'll do geoengineering and we'll just engineer the climate the way we want it. Or don't worry about food, we will create, with synthetic biology, we will create resilient crops that will address, will bring, make it possible to feed everyone. Or don't worry about carbon emissions. We will be able to scrape carbon out of the sky with special machines. So this goes beyond digitalization. There's so many other technologies that are being proposed in the environmental area. And while many of it is good and well, we need much more collaboration across national borders to address these issues. Also from a political perspective, some of the presentations said, we have all the technologies, but there's no political will, to change our lifestyles, to reduce our waste, to reduce our carbon footprints. And I would say from my perspective, because I work for a civil society foundation, that's because there are vested interests. There are industries, the corporate sector at work, which has an interest in preventing policy changes. The plastic industry, for example, the fossil fuel industry, the agribusiness. There was one presentation that mentioned the meat industry. There's vested interest in preventing a green transformation of our economies and our societies because there is big money to be made. So I would see technologies very positively. I don't think we should deny them. It's a reality. It's happening, and there's nothing that should compel us to stop it. But we should be able to understand these technologies. Citizens should be able to understand them, and they should be able to participate in the decision making about technologies. And they should understand which technologies are beneficial for us and for the environment, and eventually participate in the decision making. So technologies need democratic governance, such as any other aspect of our societies. And that would be my message to especially young people, because you grow up with technologies much more than we did. For you, it's normal, to communicate with the social media, with all kinds of technologies, interact with them. Just try to, to make yourselves conscious about these technologies, make yourselves conscious about data privacy, because also environmental technologies, for example, in smart cities that are being designed, there's traffic regulation and all of that also harvests data from people. And we need to make sure that our data are protected and are employed in the way that it's actually beneficial to ourselves.
Great. Thank you, Laila. Thank you for that word of caution while using technology, if I may use that word. But moving on to Martin. Martin looks at a very different, from the perspective of where he works, he looks at a very different aspect, but which is also very, very important now in this COVID situation, which is finance, which is economics, which is, and here I think he's more towards, he leans more towards Laila when he says it must be more shared and should be a fair economy, and that the public domain and the private domain and the politics, they should work together to come up with fair solutions for economic problems. And I personally would like to understand a little bit more, Martin, about what you do and what is it and how do you see your work now developing in the COVID-19 situation? What kind of projects are you looking at? Okay, Martin is sharing a screen for us. Thank you.
Sorry, I just muted myself as well. I just want to say that I'm working now in Global Social Economy Forum. It's a network based in Seoul in Korea. Even though the name is about economy, but what we are doing now is not about financial issues, because I know that this term is quite unique, especially in Asia, but I know that in Europe it's quite famous about social and solidarity economy. For the last 2 days, I've heard a lot about technology and then what government should do to make our city sustainable, like transportation, solar panels, all this type of new technologies. But what we are trying to promote in the post-COVID-19 or even before COVID-19 is that there should be another way of development. The core message of the social and solidarity economy, which we always call SSE, is that we should develop our world and our economy in a different way. Because what we have been doing in our past decades or century is that we try to put profit in front of everything. And then we think that this is the core of so many problems to our environment, social issues, because we don't care about the others. What we care is about the money, how much money we earn. So that's why we try to exploit labors in some countries. We don't care about the environment, so that's why we put pollution. So what we try to do is that instead of profit, we try to bring a balance and even put social and environmental objectives on top of profit. So this is our main message. And it is actually developing in many countries like in Europe and even in Asia. But it appears in different forms. It can appear as cooperatives, social enterprises, or mutual or NGOs. But still, the core message is that they put specific social, economic, and environmental objectives on top of profit. This is the key message, is that you try to serve people. And then during the COVID-19, we have seen a lot of examples as well. For example, in Spain, there are a lot of healthcare services that are produced, that are given by cooperatives instead of the government, because the government doesn't have the capacity or the power to do it. So they rely on a lot of cooperatives, social enterprises to do it. So this is the main message. You try to provide a service that the public sector or even the private sector, they cannot provide. But these are important as well for the well-being of human being. So this is our main message, okay? It's about fairness and equality of every individual and communities. So we try to bring a balance of development and the environment as well. So this is the key message that my office has always trying to provide. And on top of that, my office is trying to bring government into this area as well, because we know that only civil society cannot do the job. We try to bring government to recognize the importance of these activities and cooperations. So we try to do lobbying among different cities governments and even national governments, and then trying to bring legal framework of SSE. What we mean here about legal framework is that we try to recognize the existence, and then based on this recognition, we can provide some favorable policy or projects that can help develop this type of economy. Once again, what type of economy is that? Is that we try to put social and environmental value on top of profit. And this is important because for the last 2 days, again, we talk a lot about technology, about grand projects. But for young people, for youth like you, it's hard to do it, right? You cannot have the capital, the money, or even the technology to do it tomorrow or even next year. But with social economy, you can do it because it can start from your community. So that's why during the interviews, I always try to ask you, okay, now you have the project. What do you want to do tomorrow based on this project? And this is important because for young people, we know that you have the idea. You have the idea, and then you are always trying to change the community. You're always trying to change the world. So now we need you. What we can do is that based on your project, you try to develop a new way of development. Instead of making profit, try to make a balance. Okay, how can you help the environment? How can you help about bringing equality to everyone? And this one will be easy to do. And this one, it doesn't require a lot of technology or participation of different big actors. You can do it in your village, in your town, in your community. You can start it tomorrow. So what I try to say once again is, try to do it. Now you have a good project. Try to talk with your teacher. Try to talk with the people in your community, and then start something tomorrow. Then you have a start, and then for the long-term development, we can make it sustainable. Yeah. So this is my way of presentation. I hope that this answers your question.
Thanks, Martin. Yes, we will. I'm sure there'll be a lot of other questions. And on the point of questions, the audience, please do put down your questions already in the chat so that we do not waste too much time collecting questions right after the panelists have discussed. And we'll take them up again once our discussion is over. But what I would like to ask Preeti now, Preeti works at the Goethe Institute, where I have also previously worked. And it is a foreign language teaching institution. It is a German cultural and language institution, yes, but it deals with foreign language pedagogy. It teaches German. But more and more you have moved towards education about sustainable projects, about green projects. I know Germany is anyways a leader in these green subjects, but how do you see these projects now developing? Why did you start with them? How do you see them developing within the youth? And why did you actually, how do you involve yourself? How do they progress now from COVID-19? How are the projects in 2021 shaping up?
Thank you so much, Tushar, for providing me this platform. And yes, as you said, Germany is actually very active in sustainability. Germany had signed the Agenda 21 in Action Plan in 1992, and then United Nations Agenda 2030 plan in 2015, and which sets global goals for sustainable development. And that actually, this Agenda 2030 actually gives us an international framework for Goethe Institute to work towards sustainability process. And our aim of the Goethe Institute is by 2026, we should be having these sustainable goals in each one of our department's target objectives, just to give that the background why Goethe Institute is moving towards sustainability. And Goethe Institute is, as you rightly said, it's a cultural institute. And within the institute, we have different departments or verticals, from a language institute where you can come and learn language, German language. We also have a cultural part of it. We also have educational part of it, which I work for. And we provide different kinds of platforms, opportunities to the German learners, to students, to cater to various target audience. Now, coming back to COVID-19 pandemic, yes, it has actually had a profound, or having a profound effect on millions of lives. But out of this, we have come out with a very positive. Actually, we have learned a lot of things which are now, like also Dr. George said in the beginning, has become a very advantageous for us. It has inspired us to develop new innovations, to develop new projects. And I'll go a little from a department to vertical. If I just talk about language courses and examinations, since March 2020, there are no, as everywhere else also, the language courses are held, being held online. At the same time, it is not just because due to the pandemic. We were thinking of it to convert it into a complete blended learning even before the pandemic. And pandemic actually gave us the opportunity, to convert it. And then there was less of resistance from the also the students. And that's how and in fact, after COVID pandemic, we intend to continue with the online language courses, and where we focus more on a physical examination part of it, at least for till the end of this year, if I may say so. And so we continue with parallelly with the online language courses, and then we have examinations, keeping all the measures in our mind with the social distancing and all, keeping the distance in the mind, and we conduct examinations which we could not do till now. And so that is one part of it. And we have within 20 days or 25 days, all the teachers worldwide from the Goethe Institute who were not even trained for the online got a special training. They could do it. It was not just overnight it happened. Yes, it took 20 days for them to go through a training where they were equipped with it, that they could teach online, and now they are like become a sort of an expert in terms of online teaching. And so did we also. For our, we cater to around, if I talk about North India, we have around 200 schools which we cater only in North India, apart from Nepal and we are the regional institute of South Asia. And it's the similar thing happens for the schools. The schools were trying to figure out how to go about it online learning. So as Goethe Institute, we took a step forward, and we provide every 2 weeks a teacher's training, so to say, an online workshops to the German language teachers, and which now they are very equipped, and even the schools are planning to do it. Maybe for the higher classes, they will open it maybe by October or so, but for the junior classes, they might continue till the end of the academic year in the online process. So this, and even if this academic year ends, it's not going to end it here. It is going to continue in a blended learning format. It will never be the same normal teaching method, for sure. And as far as digitalization is concerned, it is Goethe Institute is evaluating right now the digital examinations. Yes, we can save trees, we can save papers by not printing them out, but then we also are aware of the fact that every click, even the digitalization also adds to the CO lives a digital footprint, or adds to the CO2 emission. So there is a right now evaluation going on how much we want to make our exams digital. There are already, few of them are already in the digital form, but how do we want to go about it? But still, for these digital examination, as of now, candidate would have to come to the institute and write the digital examination. It won't happen on the paper. But very soon they're working on the safe browser patterns. They're looking for the solutions, and maybe by next year, maybe we'll have something which maybe one can give it from home as well. And now I'll come to the projects for the school students, how we are going into it. Sustainability, as I said, it's an agenda of our institute. So, and it's not just about our department. It's known as Bildungskooperation Deutsch, that is educational services for German language. But it's also, one of the objectives is also just Bildungskooperation, that's education services, and which can, of course, German is one part of it, but the other is we want to work more towards the society. And that's why we have had this year a very big project, regional project on the basis of Fridays of Future, which was about how we can save the world, where we also had 300 participants from the South Asia interacting with each other, coming up, not the solutions, but identifying the problems, getting to know the 17 SDGs, and they worked among that. And then they winners got a prize from us to execute a sustainable project in their school. And when I say execute and plan, I'm not talking about big projects. I'm talking about a very small measures. And that is what we are also doing. I think I'll just take another minute. What we are also doing is not just for the external world, also for our own colleagues, the Kyoto Institute has set up a worldwide sustainability core team to work towards it. And we are actually via various platforms like emails or Teams or workshops, we are trying to make aware our own colleagues about how important it is. Like a small thing to switch on the computer or a laptop if you're not using it, to switch on, everybody might know about it, but to make them conscious about it, it's like create that awareness. So we are working on both the platforms. And even this year's Science Film Festival, we have a yearly Science Film Festival, and this year we have the theme of sustainability. So we are working very closely with the schools, with the universities. I mean, I take care of schools, but of course my colleague in Delhi, they also deal with universities. And we really want to consciously put an effort to work towards the sustainability goals. And just my message, like last 2 days, what I have heard and also read the questions in the chat as well, who will help us to execute our things? You need not have a big idea. You need not have, it's a small step which can actually contribute to the sustainability. Even for that, you don't even need a big, huge budget. You just need that passion, and you can just go ahead with it. And you can always contact your teachers, us. These kind of platforms will definitely help you work that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Preeti. Thank you very much for that very insightful look into what the Goethe Institute is doing in terms of sustainable education and how it is supporting schools and universities. And that is the theme I would like to continue with Kathleen also, who is an educator and works in the field of in the field of women empowerment. And she actually works with women parliamentarians here in Asia, if I have followed you faithfully in the past few months. I think you are muted. And
yes, now you can. Thank you
yes.
so much. Thank you so much for this great experience. And as you were saying, indeed, 2020 is a very special year for all of us because of COVID. But it is also a very special year. And we celebrate it a lot here in the Netherlands as far as COVID measures allows it, is that we celebrate 75 years of the ending of the Second World War. There are quite some moments in which we remember as a world community and also from UNESCO how exceptional it is that we have been living in peace, relative peace, for 75 years. And we also commemorate that at the end of the Second World War, the United Nations was put together by the world community, all countries coming together and saying, this should never happen again. A world war in which so many people had to die. We have to prevent this. And to prevent it, basically, at the beginning of the United Nations, there were 3 pillars to keep the world peace alive. The first one was the economic part, to fight inequalities between chances of people in different places. And that is why all these financial institutes were created, like the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, etc. And then we said there should be world justice. And that is why all these international juridical institutions were created, like the International Criminal Court, etc., that are based basically in The Hague. And then there was a third pillar, the pillar that said we should work on intercultural communication. We should work on education, because war starts in the minds of men and women. So that is where peace also starts, in the minds of us all human beings. And that is why culture, why education is so important. And in those past 75 years, a lot has been achieved when it comes to financial issues, when it comes to juridical issues, but the third pillars has been lagging behind the importance of education, of culture, for the building of peace. And so that is the basic idea behind UNESCO. And so the SDGs that we were talking about already, they stress the sustainable development goals. They stress the coherence, because everything that we have to achieve if we want to work on world peace to remain. And I have to say that in this special year, 2020, we have all got a very huge wake-up call, because as human beings, it is so difficult for us to see that as human beings, we are all equal. Whether you're a man or a woman, whether you're what your ethnicity is, what your age is, what your religion is, what your sexual preference is, you know, this COVID-19 does not make all these distinctions that we human beings are making. So COVID is a huge wake-up call, saying to us basically, you are all the same. And you have to get out of this together. And what I find so impressive in what I have seen and heard from you young people who have been working on all these proposals, is that you indeed see that you have to get over cultural, social distinctions, differences that exist between human beings, and that certainly the cities are like the laboratories for the achievements of the SDGs. The cities are the places where creative and collective intelligence can be stimulated, and we have seen it in all your ideas. So like what I was saying, 2020 is a special year. We are looking at what can we do to maintain world peace. And we are all woken up because we once again realize how fragile we are and how much we need each other. And certainly in that sense, COVID-19 is helping us with leaping forward when it comes to technology. It's giving us chances to build a better world. Just to give you an example, here in the Netherlands, we have the big airlines company, which is called KLM, and they are having huge losses. And the government is giving them billions of euros to stay alive, to keep people working. They are not giving that much money to the cultural organizations in my country, and we are having some problems with it. But the good thing is that now they are investing in making KLM survive. They can have their demands too. They say, okay, we support you, but then we want you within 5 years to have less flights during the night, so we do not have this noise pollution. So COVID-19 is giving us great opportunities, and for me the big wake-up call is that we have to see as human beings we are all the same. And two things impressed me so much in all the work that you have been doing is how you have overcome cultural differences, how you have worked together to explain what your particular situation is in Spain or Germany or the Netherlands or India or Hong Kong or Indonesia, to explain to others. I find this important because in my country, in my city, this is the case. And also, like what you have seen is the importance of the political will, because we can have the most fantastic ideas and solutions, but if there are these interests, these vested interests, nothing will change. And that is what we have to work on. And I find it impressive to see that you as young people see that importance of creating the political will. And that is indeed, Tushar, why I love to work with politicians when I'm invited to work with female politicians, because we cannot deny that as women, we often have to do more our best to be heard and to be seen. And as politicians, women sometimes have different ideas and do not always get the chance to bring forward their ideas. So whenever I can support, I will do it, because it is only in a diverse and inclusive team and society that we will reach the goals for our cities for the future, and that we will reach the sustainable development goals, and that we will reach a world in which indeed no one is left behind.
Thank you, Kathleen. That was again very, very inspiring. Thank you very much. So now it's up to the young people to ask questions of our panelists and judges. You can unmute yourself and directly ask the question if you like, if you don't want to type, but if you want to type it in, please go ahead. But in the meantime, it's a question for everyone actually. We talk about social distancing now, we have to social distance. But once we put in all these technologies, Preeti, if you have only online classes, if we keep, what happens to the social aspect of our lives? How is it going to change? Do we have to learn other ways of socializations? George said everything will come to us. We do not have to go to anything. And I'm kind of missing it. I have been teaching now in Hong Kong for almost a year online, because of not only because of COVID, but also because of other reasons. And I'm missing seeing my students live in my class and discussing with them and parring with them. What happens to when technology comes in all the time? What happens to social?
No, I don't think so. Like, completely online will actually have an adverse effect. I think that's why we talked about the blended learning format, which is a combination of both, keeping social distancing in mind. I don't know how long it's going to be there, but 100% online course, even we are missing, you know, the teachers are missing, the students are missing. That social contact is very important. The face-to-face interaction is a part of life. It has to be there. Yeah, how much, that's a question now, and how soon, that's a question now. Online teaching is there, which is an alternative, which is a good solution, which should be there, but not 100% online, I would say.
Yeah, I want to say I agree as well, because you cannot just simply replace social content with technology. But I think that there should be good and bad side as well. The bad side is, okay, we cannot see each other like we're supposed to be in Hong Kong now, but it helps us to bring everyone together, despite of the time difference and even the flight ticket price. You know, imagine that you have to fly 70 people going to Hong Kong in the same venue. How much will it cost? But now we can do it all online. So I think technology, it helps us bring everyone together, but at the same time, it cannot replace the normal social contact like before. Yeah, but it helped a lot, I would say.
Thanks, Marty.
Just a quick summary here. Yeah, I completely agree that I'm not saying we will go 100% online everything, but you know, this COVID-19 is just giving us a new opportunity, seeing that this is actually possible, and we're moving towards it, and we're accepting this. We're not like I say, 7-8 months ago, you wouldn't think an online conference would have been possible. But now you think this is possible, and then you're moving towards a blended mode of doing business, doing learning, and then this not only will save a lot of the greenhouse gas emissions, but also money and also creating other opportunity for the e-commerce, e-everything. That's about jobs. You know, that sometimes make me think of Donald Trump, and he's been talking about creating jobs for the Americans, and by creating, by going back into the coal business, but he actually could have done the other way around by creating the jobs opportunity in the green investments in sustainable energy, etc. And indeed, going back to education, online education, I really think the human element is important. And you know, in my university now, we have a general education curriculum, and every student has to go through this. And then we are designing a new stream that will incorporate the use of online courses. A lot of online courses coming from the SDG Academy that includes videos, online exercise, etc. But then one very important element is we are thinking about the human elements in this education. We want a student not only to go online to do the video, but also they will get together, well, when it is safe, to have the experiential learning, or that they will have to go to, physically go to, let's say, a place for volunteering, picking up trash, for example. And this human element cannot be missed. But I agree that we can increase the online everything time and proportion. Thanks.
Thank you, George. That's very much true. I do not see any questions in the chat as yet. We are actually nearing the close of this session. So if anybody has a question, please speak up. Don't be shy. You did excellent projects and question answer sessions. And now you're being shy with your questions. Please don't do that.
Or can we ask questions to the students?
Sure.
Yeah, because even in each interview, I also ask as well, what is your next step? What is your next plan with your wonderful ideas? Will you really try to talk with your teachers, your community leaders? Okay, now we have all this. Okay, we want to change. Well, are you planning to do this or what? Anyone want to share? Or can I name someone?
We can start to implement it in our schools itself first. We can start by taking a small step and then move forward.
Mm-hmm.
People will recognize us that we're doing and taking the initiatives. So we'll get the recognition, and people will start to help us and come with us.
Yeah, so I think it's a good idea that you talk with your classmates, your teachers, which are easier, and then you can try to spread out the message and then try to bring more people together as well. Yeah.
Okay, I have a private question on chat. It was sent to me privately. I don't know if it was by mistake or generally, but the student says that technology can turn holidays into working days nowadays. So I'm a student, and I fear that even after everything comes back to its normal, the teachers will not give up the online platform and will still use it to take extra classes on Sundays. Yeah, that is actually, if you extrapolate it, that's where there is a debate even within us, as in the working people who work for salaries at least. We say that somehow it's like we have to constantly say we are online and we are being productive. We are always working. We don't seem to be getting off our online time. That is true, but I hope your teachers will not do that. They also need their Sundays, so don't be afraid of that.
Or I would say in another way, you only think that you have to work during the weekend, but you also can relax during the weekdays as well. This is what I'm doing. Yeah, my boss wouldn't know that I'm not working on Monday or Tuesday, but actually I'm also working on Saturday as well. So I would say it gives more
flexibility.
Yeah, exactly, flexibility for us to try to adjust. But I kind of agree that now the line between work and home is kind of blurred, compared to before. It's like kind of merged together.
Yeah. Manju from Madurai has a question. It's on the chat. I will read it out, but the judges, the panelists can read it together. As facilitators, how can we make sure that the students are getting quality research experience, including collecting data concerning their community-based activities during the pandemic? So who would like to take that question?
How you can research during the pandemic?
Yes. How to collect data? How to?
I would say there. What maybe I try to give from my experience, because I'm also trying to conduct different type of research in my office as well. During pandemic, you can make use of a lot of online resources like online surveys. This is very useful because you can set up your own survey that even though you don't need to go out to visit them one by one. So again, so you have to make use of the technology that can help you to do it online.
Yeah, I also think that during the pandemic, probably the only possibility, if there's really strict social distancing rules, is to do a lot of research online. But I think especially on sustainability issues, it's really important to go out to the field and actually talk to people. So once it's possible again, I mean, I would encourage everyone to speak to people, especially to those who don't have access to technology, because I mean, we're speaking about technology a lot and how we're now dependent on technology, but still we should bear in mind that a lot of people don't have access to technology. And I think this pandemic has actually widened the gap between those who access technology and those who don't. I mean, parents, for example, who cannot afford laptops for their children, or who have a bad internet connection, or let's say ethnic minorities who don't speak the language well that is used for online instruction. Those people are really in a big disadvantage now. And the UN is already estimating that the educational gap between poor people and people who can afford quality education is going to become bigger through the pandemic. And that's the same for online research, because we need to reach out to people on the ground. I mean, let's just take the example of recycling. Many of your presentations have touched on recycling technologies. Now, many of you come from India, and in many countries like India, cities have huge informal sectors where people live in slums and do labor that is not officially accounted for. And a lot of people who don't have access to education or health, they actually scrape out a living from picking waste, from picking and recycling or reselling waste, like plastic waste or cans or whatever. And these people, they know more than anyone else about these products and this packaging. They know exactly what is valuable, what can be done with it. And they are really at the end of the global consumer economy. But their contribution is hardly acknowledged. So we speak much more about the latest technology in recycling than really valuing the contribution in these informal settlements to the recycling economy. So it's very important for research to speak to those people, and they will be very difficult to reach, of course, with online questionnaires. So that, in my mind, there should be a mix of all kinds of different methods where you can reach as many people as possible, and also including those who are actually on the ground and doing a lot of important work, because our cities are not equal at all. I mean, especially the bigger mega cities that are growing, the slums there are growing, and we should take, we should include those parts of the population as well as we can when we think about cities post-COVID.
Yeah, and there is something I think we also need to accept, is that during the pandemic itself, there are some things that you just cannot do. You cannot just put yourself or others into risk and go into houses and do research, and it is affecting things really. not to be able to do things, but we have to accept it and keep some patience and then go on. So there's one more question from Gurminder, and I think Gurminder is also a teacher and a mentor, because her question says, how can we take care of both IQ and EQ of individual students? Now, EQ, I'm thinking, are you talking about digital competencies of your students, Gurminder? Is that what you mean by EQ?
I think emotional quotient.
Or is it the emotional quotient? Okay.
Emotional intelligence. Yeah.
Oh, yes, sure. Okay. So, yes, so that's the question. Can you suggest some techniques to take care of both IQ and EQ, the emotional quotient? Yes.
I mean, just a small step in while you're teaching online is on and off asking your students, how are you doing? And just providing them open space that they can share with you, giving them that comfort level that they can come to you and talk about things. We have had students, participating in, like recently we had a project on digital art where they had to express about their time experiences during COVID. And a lot of students, like while after lockdown, when parents have started going to the offices, a lot of students came up with this: my parents are not there, I'm all alone, I have nothing to do. Or even while they were at home, their parents are always glued to the laptop because they were working from home. They were not that they were at home and they were with them. So they were really emotionally, so to say, burdened. And then we provided them that kind of a space to come and share with us, and that really helped. And that is one of the suggestions I can give you for that.
Yes, I think mentoring is very, very important. That's what we try to do at the university. If it is important, be available. It does put an extra strain on your time and on your emotions. But as teachers, I think we are very strong and then can take that challenge, take on that extra challenge and be there for the students. Which is very true. Okay, I must unfortunately say that we have come to the end of this. We are actually over time. We should have been 5 minutes now into our prize distribution, and the students must be very, very impatient. But we still need around a 10 minutes break so that we can compile everything and send to the judges. And then we will announce in 10 minutes the results of your presentations of both the cycles. So just 10 minutes more and we'll come back.
Okay. So while Tusha is not here, may I take the chance to show you what is social economy. Anyway, we have 10 minutes and then nothing to do.
Vous êtes préoccupé par les conséquences sociales et environnementales du modèle de développement actuel? Il existe une alternative, l'économie sociale. L'économie sociale combine ensemble deux notions qu'on oppose souvent. L'économie, qui regroupe les activités relatives à la production, la distribution et à la vente de biens et de services, et le social, qui se rapporte à une communauté et aux rapports que les personnes qui en font partie entretiennent entre elles. L'économie sociale, c'est l'ensemble des activités entrepreneuriales portées par un objectif social fort et une volonté de ses membres d'en faire un projet économiquement viable. C'est mettre l'économie au service du social. Dans l'économie traditionnelle, la rentabilité se mesure en termes de profit. Dans l'économie sociale, elle se mesure par l'amélioration de la qualité de vie d'une communauté. Plutôt que le profit à tout prix, c'est la personne à tout prix. Les entreprises d'économie sociale sont présentes dans de nombreux secteurs. Elles rassemblent une multitude d'initiatives, comme des coopératives d'habitation, des associations de travailleurs, des entreprises d'insertion à l'emploi et des centres culturels. Elles changent le monde, un produit ou un service à la fois. Une entreprise d'économie sociale, ça fonctionne comment? Pour parler d'économie sociale, il faut 3 choses. La rentabilité économique, la gestion démocratique et une mission qui réponde aux besoins d'une communauté. L'entreprise d'économie sociale a 5 caractéristiques principales. Premièrement, elle existe d'abord pour servir ses membres et sa communauté. Elle jouit d'une autonomie de gestion face à l'État, ce qui veut dire que l'État n'intervient pas dans sa prise de décision. Elle est également démocratique. En simple, une personne égale un vote. Ce mode de gestion permet à tous de dire leur mot et crée un sentiment d'appartenance envers le projet collectif. En économie sociale, il n'y a pas de propriétaire ou d'actionnaire qui cherche le profit. L'argent généré par l'entreprise est une propriété collective et doit être retourné aux membres ou à la collectivité pour poursuivre un objectif commun. Enfin, l'entreprise d'économie sociale repose sur des principes de participation, de prise en charge et de responsabilité individuelle et collective. Elle est gérée par et pour les citoyens. En somme, les entreprises d'économie sociale représentent un modèle de gestion à échelle humaine qui génère des retombées économiques, sociales, culturelles et environnementales positives partout où elles s'implantent.
Okay, sorry everyone. It just took a bit longer to get the list completely ready and across to the judges. So here we are. We were waiting for this. Before I start announcing the names, let me tell you a little bit about the prizes. So we have had 2 cycles for GRUEN, cycle 1 and cycle 2. Cycle 1 was almost a year ago now. We have selected from each cycle, we have selected 3 main prize winners, so 1, 2, and 3. We had shortlisted from each cycle, we had 12 presenters, and we shortlisted 6 out of them to come into the question and answer session. And then we selected 3 out of these groups to be the top 3. But apart from the top 3, as you already know, we have some other awards. We have the Audience Award, which you have voted for each cycle. Then we have another award, which is the Originality Award, which awards for original thinking and in-depth research. Then we have a Best Use of eTools Award. This has been an e-learning kind of a project, an online project. So the team which has demonstrated the best use of eTools has been selected by the team members in GRUEN for the Best eTools Award. And for cycle 2, and then there is, as I had announced on the first day, there is an award for our teachers. So for each cycle, we have selected 1 teacher. So let's call it the Teacher Appreciation Award, who's been very, very, very motivated and has helped the students and us to make this project even more meaningful, even more successful. So I would ask now the judges to actually announce the awards. So for cycle 1, we will start with, we'll start with the Audience Award first. And then I would like to ask Evelita to tell us which group has won the Audience Award for cycle 1.
Hello, everyone. So we start with the first award for today. And for cycle 1, the winner of the Audience Award is group number 5. Congratulations. A little bit of background information for everyone. So cycle 1, group number 5, consists of Marco Lee and Lung Wai Yin, Jimmy from Hofon College in Hong Kong, Annabelle Montero, Carmen Fernandez from IES Isla Verde from Algeciras, Spain, and Harshit Aravind and Rohit Krishnan. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing names correctly. So Harshit and Rohit are from Mahatma Montessori School, SBSE in Madurai, India. Congratulations to everyone. And the award that you will receive is €100 per person.
Thank you, Evelina. So now let's go on to the next one, which is the Best Use of eTools Award. And I would like to ask Brant to announce that award for Cycle 1.
Okay. Well, the winner for eTools for Cycle 1 is Group 3. And the members are Martin Herman, European School of Strasbourg in France. Ale Cartau, also at the European School of Strasbourg in France. Saran Bhaskar at Mahatma Montessori School in India. Vishwa Rudresh, also Mahatma Montessori School in India. Toon Bos, this will be tough, in Netherlands at the Lyceum Cotton Park. And Victor Leppink, also at the Lyceum Cotton Park. So congratulations to Group 3.
Congratulations, everyone. The Originality Award goes to, and this is, I'm announcing it, of course, goes to Group 4 from Cycle 1, Group 4. The Originality Award goes to Irene Fernandez Valdivia from the IS Isla Verde. The Ivan Mayayocano from IES Isla Verde. Jason Nathaniel Sugarto from the Cedes Sapienti Senior High School. Very difficult names. Justin Orlando Sugarto, these are brothers. Cedes Sapientes High School again from Indonesia. Annette Ma from the Victoria Shanghai Academy in Hong Kong. Victoria Ho from the Victoria Shanghai Academy in Hong Kong. So it's a three-country group which gets the Originality Award. So both the Originality Award and the Best eTools Award carry a cash prize of €75 for each person in the group. Okay, now I would like to ask Martin to announce the name of the team which is in the third place.
Okay, the third one. So the third one will go to Group 6. Congratulations. Group 6 will be, sorry about the names, it's all so difficult for me, all right? So Sashika Ramara and then Trishini Anadure from India, I guess, and then Edmund Chen, and then Vicky Mark from Chansawan Catholic Secondary School, and then Martha Gallego, and then Paula Frejo from Spain. Yeah, congratulations.
And each group member gets a cash prize
of 100 euro. Yes.
Yes, of €100. So congratulations, you are team. You have been given the third place. Dr. Ma, please announce the second award winner.
Thank you. The second place goes to group number 2. They are Anarchy, Martha, Federico, Judith, Marley, Hershikif, Janice. They're from Germany, France, Netherlands, and India. And then each of you will get €125 as a prize. Congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Ma. Congratulations, Group 2. Okay, so I will not announce the Group 1 prize right now. I will first announce the Cycle 1 Teacher Award. So the most involved teacher award for Cycle 1 goes to Dr. Manju Muralidharan from the Mahatma Montessori School, and she is actually a lecturer at the Doak Madurai School, and she has been coaching the students and the teachers from Mahatma Montessori School for our project. So thank you very much, Manju, for being there for your students, for us, and for being a very, very dedicated teacher. I know you from other projects also. It gives me great pleasure to give you this award today. You will also receive a cash prize of €100 as the product, as a token of our appreciation. Are you here, Manju?
Yes, she's here. She
Can
she
you
says in
unmute
the
yourself?
chat.
Yeah. Can you unmute yourself? Say hello.
I'm not sure if she has a mic hooked up, but in chat she says, "Thank you so much."
Am I audible?
Yes, you
Yeah,
are.
you're breaking up a little bit, but you're audible. Yes.
Thank you so much. This is actually totally unexpected. And I'm so happy that our students have made all these things. And I should thank Preeti, Sonia, and Priyadarshini, because I was unable to go and meet our students. They literally went to the school and trained them. So I should thank them first of all. And I would like to thank my principal for allowing this project, because it was actually initially a bit difficult for us to continue, because selecting a school was really a tough thing for me, especially when I was on leave. Then I should thank Dr. Tushar for giving me this opportunity, and Dr. Dan for helping us a lot. And I'm so excited and I'm so happy. No words to say.
Thank you, Manju. We met in Hong Kong. I hope we can meet again soon, somewhere in either in Madurai or in Hong Kong.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
You're very welcome. So now the first place for cycle 1. The students have been waiting for very, very long. Kathleen, would you please do the honors?
Of course I will. And first of all, I have to say that you all students are winners, because what you have shown us over the past days is really impressive. And I'm absolutely sure that I speak on behalf of everybody involved here, that you are winners, because you will move on in your life with this experience, and it will help you. And I'm sure that we will hear a lot about each and every one of you. So congratulations for that. And well, this is the big moment. This is the moment to announce the first prize. Ladies and gentlemen, the first prize in cycle 1 goes to group number 5. So the winners are Marco Lee from Hong Kong, Leung Wai-yin Jimmy from Hong Kong. Give them a big hand indeed. Give them a big hand. Annabel Ayon Montero from Spain, Carmen Marin Fernandez from Spain, Harshit Aravind from India, and Rohit Krishnan from India. Congratulations. Congratulations. You will each receive the amount of 150 euros that you can put in your further education and in realizing your ideas. Congratulations.
Thank you, and thank you to Cycle 1 for being so patient for so many months. Yes. You finished your project many months ago. We had promised you that we would meet in Hong Kong, but we couldn't do that. So you were a bit disappointed, I know. But so a very special thank you for everybody in Cycle 1, for each and every participant. We, the team and the judges, we had a very, very hard time deciding number 1, 2, 3, etc., etc. Okay, so let's move on to Cycle 2 now. Cycle 2 has a very special award, which is the Goethe Green Award. And this Goethe Green Award comes from the Goethe Institute, New Delhi, the Max Muller Bhavan, as it is called in India. And I would now request Mr. Carl Jochen Dill, who is actually the Director of the Educational Services, which Preeti was talking about a little while ago, to please join us. He's just joined the meeting and announce the 2 groups that your jury has selected for the Goethe Green Award. Mr. Dill, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much, dear Tushar. I hope you can hear me. I'm from Munich. Yes, okay, fine. Actually, I'm in Germany waiting for my flight back to India. And I'm first of all, it's a big pleasure and honor to me to be here, even far away, but here to participate in this really great event and announce the Goethe Green Award. The Goethe Institute participated in cycle 2 of the GRUEN project. It's very interesting for me because GRUEN means green, and you selected a German name. And as you can see in my background, green is our corporate design color. So I think it's a good combination, green color. And I thank you very much for having given us this opportunity to us. So thank you, dear Tushar, your team, all the colleagues, experts involved in these programs. And first of all, and last but not least, all the students who participated in this project. You have really given to your students such a great, or to our students, such a great platform to learn and design their own green urban environment. It was wonderful to see how you, students, consciously selected the criteria from EAP objective to design your city. Also, how well you collaborated. Well, despite of boundaries, so many countries, different cultures. I had evaluated together with my dear colleague Priti 12 shortlisted projects of cycle 2. And I must admit, or we must admit, all were so good, so that we really had a tough time and to rank and select the winner. We discussed a lot about. But at the end, that's why we ended selecting 2 instead of 1 team who will be receiving Goethe Green Award. So yeah, it was tough to decide. At the end, it's I think it's a good solution we had found, and so I will now announce our Goethe Award, which means a contribution to each of the 2 winner groups, €300 for realizing or supporting them in one of the projects until May of next year. So the winner, we will announce it now together with my colleague Priti. The first group, and it was really difficult to decide, had a project about a city called Hiravan. It's group number 26. So please, Priti.
Yeah, the names are Mansa Bangaroo, Ritika Nanvaya, Divjot Singh, Shreyas Tiwari from group 26, all from India.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Not from India, but from different cities.
Different cities.
Schools,
Different schools, for sure, and different cities as
and different
well.
cities also, yes.
Yes.
And the first prize for the other group is the group who designed a city called Prasinada, and it's group number 29.
And the winner names are Arnav Khandelwal, Abhyutit Singh, Utkarsh Srivastav, Muskan Singroha, Navya Varma, and Ishit Kumar. They're from 2 different schools. That's set of 2 school teams, maybe.
So please give a big applause to to both groups, all the winners, and everybody participating in this project. Thank you very much. And all the good, all the best for you, for your future. And we are very excited to see the results, what we will now realize with this award. And we will keep in contact, of course. Thank you very much. And everybody involved here, Tushar, with your team, all the colleagues. It's a great project, and we hope we can design another project and work together in the future. It's one of the biggest things we can do, I think, is bring people, youth, potential all over the world together in such a beautiful project. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dev. Thank you very much also for the support that we got from the Goethe Institute in New Delhi, from Preeti and from you. As you know, it was my place of work many years ago.
Yeah.
So I'm very, very happy to have come back to you and being able to cooperate with you on this. Really, I'm very, very privileged to have been able to do this project. Yes.
I'm sure we will do a lot of projects in the future too.
I hope so. I really hope so.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving on now to the Cycle 1 Audience Award, and I would like to ask JC to announce that award, please.
Hello, so for Cycle 2, the Audience Award goes to Group 7. And the city is called Native Coffee Complex, and they are from, there's Solomon Lam and Ian Mo from Shatin College, Hong Kong, and Vasumadan from Amity International School Circuit, New Delhi, India, Marta Iglesias from ES Isla Verde, Spain, and also Shulbi Rajavar, Padilla Vidya Bhavan Vidyasam, Pratap Nagar in Jaipur, India.
Congratulations, Group 7. Yes.
And they will receive the prize of €100 per person.
Okay, so for the next one, which is the Originality Award, I would like to ask Brandt again to tell us who the group is who gets the Originality Award from Cycle 2.
Okay, the Originality Award for Cycle 2 goes to Group 35. And that is Nalan Jayaswal from Amity International School in India, Divyansh Jain, also at the Amity International School, Ahan Bandari, Amity, Angad Gulati, Amity International School, Yash Gupta at the DPS Greater Faridabad in India, Raghav Awasti and Tanish Rathore, and Tanish is at Mayo College, Ajmer in India. So teams from all across India coming together, very original award. And the prize was €75 per member. So excellent work. Very proud of you guys. Take care.
Thank you, Brandt. And then I will announce the Best Use of eTools Award for Cycle 2. This award goes to Group 21. Group 21, and that is Devraj Singh Vasudev from Vivek High School, Chandigarh. Sanvi Singla from Vivek High School, Chandigarh. Vyakya Gupta from the Amity International School, Gurgaon. And Mehak Bhura from the Maharaja Agrasen Public School in New Delhi. And Sujal Tayal from Maharaja Agrasen Public School, New Delhi. So again, an Indian team with very different cities. So this is, and you also get €75 per person in your team for the best use of eTools. Very well done. Congratulations. Okay, so now we come to the top 3 places. I'm going to announce the 3rd place again. This is Group 27. Group 27 has placed 3 from Cycle 2. So congratulations to Urja Kohli, Urja Kohli from Amity International School, Noida, Sunishka Danwar from Subodh Public School, Jaipur, Twinkle Soni from Subodh Public School, Jaipur, and Seher Khanna from the K.R. Mangalam World School, Greater Kailash, New Delhi. Congratulations, everyone. You also get €100 per person for your project. Excellent work. Preeti, may I now invite you to announce the 2nd place for Cycle 2, please?
Sure, thank you. The second prize goes to Group 29, and it is Arnav Khandelwal from DPS Indirapuram, Abhyudit Singh, DPS Indirapuram, Utkarsh Srivastava, DPS Indirapuram, Muskan Singh Roha, ML Khanna, DAV Public School, Dwarka, Navya Verma, ML Khanna, DAV Public School, Dwarka, and Ishit Kumar, ML Khanna, DAV Public School, Dwarka, and they all receive €125 per person. Congratulations to all of you.
Congratulations. Thank you, Preeti. Okay, so we will keep the first place a little bit of suspense. I will ask Laila later on to announce that prize, but first I would announce the most involved teacher, or the Teacher Appreciation Award for this cycle, and that award goes to Miss Maria Jesus Paramo from the IES Isla Verde in Spain. Are you there, Miss Paramo? Congratulations.
Yes, she's here.
Mute.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you. It's been such a pleasure to participate in this project. Thank you so much.
You're
I would
very
like to say thank you to, first of all the students in this difficult situation we've gone through in Spain, because they were confined at home and it was really, really hard for them to get together. It's been a tough time. I imagine the same to you all. And especially for that reason, I think this prize belongs to them. Thank you so much also to Brian Knudsen, who's been very supportive, so helpful, and Miss Evelina Dimitrova, listening to all our suggestions when there was any problem with the students and moving them into the suitable groups. I think that without them, this project would have not been possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maria. Okay, so the last of the first, what is it? So the last award of the evening, which is the first prize for cycle 2. Ms. Laila Al-Zubairi has the honors.
Yes, thank you. Last but not least, again, you're all winners. We were all extremely impressed, and amongst the judges yesterday, we said if our future was in your hands, then we'd be fine. The first prize goes to group 28. 3 young women, Prashasti, Sanskriti, and Naira, all from India. 2 from the Delhi Public School in Dirapuram, and 1 from Bal Bharati Public School. And the prize for each of you is 150 euros, and we hope that you can make good use of it. We're very proud of you and all the other groups, and congratulations.
Congratulations, Prashasti, Sanskriti, and Naira. Great job indeed. And thank you very much, Laila, for announcing that prize.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah. So I would like the audience or everybody participating today to unmute themselves and give a big, loud applause for all our students who really, really worked so hard in this very, very difficult time. Everyone, please, for your teammates, one for your teammates, come on, unmute and loud as you can get. We've been practicing this during COVID. Okay, so I must just thank everybody for this incredible journey that we've had for the last 2 years, for all your support, for all you've done. The students have been incredible. Brandt, Evelina, JC, without whom we could not have put this thing on track or keep it on track. Martin, for putting those ideas into a fundable project. We thank the EU, of course, for giving us the money to be able to do this, and the Hong Kong Baptist University for providing us the platform, and also giving the rest of the support, rest of the funding which we needed to finish this in 2 years. The Goethe Institute for supporting us in cycle 2. So I hope we can, the project goes on till December, so we would like to kind of stay in touch, see if we can take some of these ideas forward. There has been a lot of suggestion about making sustainable projects sustainable, which means that going on and not just ending. things at some point, but kind of trying to keep them going on in different forms, maybe in different locations, in different platforms. But let's keep in touch. Let's keep that dialogue open, and have a very good weekend, everyone.
Wait, Tusha, you have a very important question in the chat. How will we receive the money?
That's not a question for me. That's a question for the finance office of our university. And Martin can answer it better. Okay, now mute yourself, please.
Now mute your sister and brother.
Yes. Okay. No, you will. We will find a way. Don't worry. It'll come to you. It'll come to you. So yes. So thank you, everyone, and good night.
And celebrate.
Yes.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Good
Thank
night.
you.
Well done.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Brans.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody. Thanks for participating.
Bye, Brent. Bye, Brent.
Thank
Good
you.
luck and
Thank you,
sleep well.
Brans.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Brans.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Gracias, María Jesús.
Gracias a vosotros por la maravillosa experiencia.
Gracias.